Hi.
Wait, so can people hear me through your stream too?
Yes,
or
I just booked. I started.
Okay.
We're
Yes,
not
I see
talking to the void.
Evie is on your side.
Hello, Eva.
Evie's trying to marry you. How's that going?
It's stuck in limbo.
Ah, why were you leaving her hanging?
Limbo.
She is. Okay, like I'm not gonna participate in this, okay? I am just an observer. And I'm not gonna influence the situation, nothing. My hands are up. I'm not doing or saying nothing. I'm just watching.
Oh my god.
Like rock rolling, everybody knew it back in the day. Oh, the song you sang was very popular in Mimimim back in the day. In a Mimimim. In a Mimim.
Yeah, in the He-Man song.
Oh! And they used it in tandem with some He-Man footage.
Yeah.
Oh.
And there was this rainbow hymn and they were like, yay!
And I said...
That squats! What the hell, you?
Yeah.
Also, hello, Schroner. Oh my frick.
Yeah, I'm so excited for this stream. It's gonna be a disaster.
I have to do squats. I've been squatted.
Oh, Chris... Ah!
1, 2.
Thank you, Evie.
3, 4,
4.
5.
What, are we transitioning? Are we transitioning? Why are you
8,
counting down?
9.
You're not. You're counting up. Huh?
I'm counting up 10 squats.
Why are you squat? Oh, okay. Reading. Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Hi, Chris. I'm here with you today, and we're gonna crash a car.
You're gonna crash a car!
Yeah. We're
Yeah.
gonna crash it so hard. Oh.
Oh, hi, Chris.
Neo's gonna self-destruct. Yay, like me. Yes, just like you.
Oh, hi, Mark.
Crash out.
Why would we crash out?
We have ample reason. We have ample reason.
There's always reasons.
Dude,
Hello, Jutsu.
Oh, by the way, how long have you been on? It's only been like 6 minutes. Okay, good. I saw 2 videos back to back about 2 sick cats on TikTok,
Well, I know.
and I was like bawling my eyes out, like, how could this happen to these cute little animals? And I opened the comment section. One of the comments, like, I was like crying laughing. The comment was like, "Ha! Guess you didn't know, but I had a scheduled guttural crying to do today, and I didn't know on what topic about."
Oh god.
And I haven't decided the topic. Guess I found mine. Oh, I hate those videos.
I started the game and it's like lagging me.
No.
Are your game okay now? Oh my god. Can you load in? Oh, compiling shaders. Oh, I wouldn't think of that. Oopsie. Hi, Dory. Hi, Guadalajara.
Today I did a talk drive with some friends. Police stopped us a bit since the policeman was the uncle of a guy who was with us. He let us go. No!
Uncle.
But he told us to fuck off. Huh? Is he being nice or rude?
Neo is slow motion.
Neo turned into a zombie. It's not Neo. If there was a zombie apocalypse, would you try to survive?
What do you That's...
I mean, you know.
Are you trying to say I should just give up?
I'm asking, would you try? survive.
I mean, probably.
Oh man, no, I'm joining the hood. Call me in. Oh my god, bro. You think I'm gonna survive and like, what the fuck, live in the apocalypse? Oh, hello. Let me join the hood.
However, have you ever thought about what would you do if you had to, if something like that would actually be happening?
Well, no, I am not much of a apocalypse survivor type of person, but I know that like, I feel like people can go down that rabbit hole really, really hard, and there are like people who hoard and like buy those emergency kits and whatever. I'm not that person. I'm really much of a, I mean, I guess, you know, if it's apocalypse, count me into the dark side. I'm not gonna try and survive this. Well, life is hard as is. Can you imagine? Like with all the luxuries we have in the 21st century. Man.
The game has compiled. I'm not lagging anymore.
Certainly, that is a dumb question. I'll make sure she survives. So, you know, like maybe if Eve's there, she'll be like, yeah, just take this sedation and then I'll carry you on my back.
You know, I had those thoughts of what if some kind of zombie apocalypse was happening, and I was like, you know what? I live upstairs. What about I just demolish the fucking stairs? What are they gonna do?
Okay, I'm gonna transition out of the starting soon because it's been 10 minutes. And how's your optimization going so far?
Starve you out? Listen, I'm gonna bring food upstairs. I have so many jars.
Yeah? What do you have in your jars?
Listen, I didn't make it. As a Polish family, we have a lot of all kind of stuff in the jars. Like jams and pickles and peppers and like homemade ketchup and different juices like raspberry stuff and
I see. So your zombie apocalypse survivor plan is just eating condiments.
Yes.
Oh, for lunch today we have ketchup.
No! That wasn't like... It was an example of jars, but we have mostly like different kind of jar, like what's the word? I said jam, but I forgot what the other word is. Anyway, there's a lot of stuff.
We'll have mayonnaise.
No!
Ow!
I'm not making mayo.
I think Edie just has my stream open to throw anvils at me.
Probably.
Like...
Sounds like Eve.
Okay, how's it going for you? I actually don't know how to do the co-op thing.
Let me see.
How does that work?
I see that the game has
Is it new game or join?
I'm guessing.
Oh, here it says join option.
So what?
Invite only.
One person has to make a game, the other is just joining.
I'll make the game.
Okay. Are we using proximity chat?
I don't know.
We might try. Neo, what do you think of me? I just think you're doing. You're like teasing. And what else is anvils if not teasing?
Oh, sorry, I'm signed out of the thing. Okay, let's try again. What the hell? You have some fucking what? Oh my god, I hate you. You're not online on Steam, and I hate your username on Steam.
I'm sorry.
Okay, some bloody asterix or whatever. Asterix and Obelix. Did you get my invitation?
Yes, I did. Hold on. I need to let's change the category because I know I will forget.
I changed. I was this whole time I was in RV.
You've been a step in front, a step ahead, a step.
Are those my boobs? Or are they my pants?
What? Oh no!
Like
I got your thing, but it doesn't let me join. What?
on. I invite you again. Those are your pants. Okay, thank you. Oh, hi, Stubby! Oh my goodness, I really should say hi to him. Hello, hello everyone. Hi, Chris. Hi, Stubby.
The game is cursed. Look, I'm just getting a message without a button to join.
Can you? I don't know how the game works either.
Maybe Steam is confused because it's showing you using Waterdoll instead of the game.
Really?
Yeah.
That's weird.
It's cursed. Yeah, I still can join.
How about you invite me?
Oh, okay. What's the game name?
I just put one.
What?
I mean, like, I don't care. Is Stubby part of the blades? You use blades to stub? Do I have to update the Venn diagram? No, I actually don't know. Stubby, what's the inspiration for your username? Like, what happened? Ah, Asterix. That brings me back.
Asterix. Obelix. How about this?
What was that? I heard a noise.
Should be an invite.
Play game.
Game time.
I heard like a bloop 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 sort of noise.
Bloop bloop bloop.
Oh, that's inside the game. I'm hearing you
Oh.
inside the game.
Hold on, let us. I'm gonna deafen in Discord. Yes.
Then will your reactive work?
Yeah, I just clicked right on the headphone icon and I just turned it to 0. So.
Okay, I can do that too. And I get real high and I
Oh my god.
get out of myself.
Look at her stubby arms. I can pick you up.
No, Dad, put me down.
Sorry.
Okay, pick me up.
Wee.
Wee. Wee. Wee. Wee. Wait, guys, can you hear us?
Why can we smoke?
You already smoke.
I'm looking at the buttons on the top.
Do you have a different mic inside the game?
Oh. Hold on, let me check. Oh, what the fuck? It's using my webcam. Input device. What? Why can't I did?
Oh my god.
What the fuck? To change this, you must change the input device in Windows and restart the game.
What the hell, bruh? No, just leave it. You do have the wrong mic then.
I do have the wrong mic. I have to. Because I won't be able to mute this if something happens.
What do I have? Is my mic good? Huh? Where is the mic?
It's options and then sound and then at the very bottom.
Input device. Okay, mine's good.
Yes, but the game said I will have to restart the game for that to change effect. Take effect.
Yeah, so no, the thing is, you can see that when I play this game, Boruto is no longer responding. I have no tracking.
Oh no!
So I'm just gonna...
I know, Eve, that's what I'm saying! I just read it from the game! Then why are you saying it to me? Oh my god. Hold on, fine, I will restart it. Stupid game! Goodbye, Sajini. Oh my god, I'm stuck. I'm stuck. Mama. Ooh. I don't wanna die.
Now he's gonna compile shaders again. Ah, life.
No! Don't compile me.
Now I can't hear Neo. I hate this.
Don't compile me. I am compiling myself for the future of life.
Let this be a lesson, Neo.
I didn't do anything. I'm just
reading the chat.
I know, but I'm like, why do you think that
I mean, like,
I
okay,
did it on
to be fair,
purpose?
like,
you know what? I will tell you what happened. I will tell you what happened.
Yeah.
During the weekend, no weekend. Sorry, my bad. Like Thursday or Wednesday, I was cleaning up my PC because I had to change the battery on my not graphics card, on my motherboard because it died. And while I was doing that, I suppose I must have put the USB cables like in a different order, and Windows said, you know what? This is different. I will change your default input device. How did it die? It's old! Batteries, they die in over time. And there had a battery die? Maybe you didn't have a computer for 7 years.
Oh, how to spot a liar.
A game with that name already exists? Wait, are they still in the game?
Felix is asking if Evie is young.
Oh, what the fuck? I can't.
Are you young, Eve? And well, they are. She is young.
Listen, before this, I never had a CMOS die before either, so I'm equally as confused. I had to Google it to figure it out.
I've never had to change a CMOS battery. What the hell?
Kill me.
Got your invite on.
Hello. Am I better now?
Say something.
Hi.
Yeah, you're better now.
Good. I'm glad. For once, something happens better. Am I even?
So, do we die here? Oh no, we swim.
I feel like I'm very quiet.
We're swimming.
Am I quiet?
Chat, is it quiet?
I'm swimming. Mama, put me down. Q. Oh my god. Echo! What the fuck? Why does it sound so scary underwater? Hi. Do you know? Do we know we don't have to breathe?
Let me see.
We don't need what am I saying?
Myron is my go-to. It was only Myron. The stubby originated from an insider joke from a YouTuber I care deeply about, so it became part of my name. I see. So what do we do?
I don't know actually.
Oh, a burger!
Burger? Manual?
It doesn't say eat.
A wedge?
The burger. Oh wait, no, I'm dropping patties.
Repair?
Did I eat it? Oh, okay. Now I can eat it. Oh no! Hello?
What
happened to
happened?
me?
Why are you on the floor?
I died. I don't know. My bones are broken.
What happened to you?
I don't know. I have like this thing in the corner of the screen that's saying my bones are broken. Can I walk? No, I'm dead.
I
Wait, are you
fixed
doing
you.
something to me?
I revived
thank
you.
I think I died
Fish!
from
Oh
eating
no,
the patty.
that's not a fish.
It's start.
I would prefer it be a fish.
I got no instructions whatsoever when
I don't want to read.
What do I do?
Wait. Oh, sometime Amen.
I don't understand. How do you do that?
If you hold control and then click, you can move your hand.
Oh, go this way, other way. Back up, back
This is so stupid, love it. Yeah, emotes. Under X. You can play tic-tac-toe. Tic-tac-toe? What the fuck am I saying?
Thumbs down!
Junk and pong.
You
You can play junk and pong.
Okay. Rock, paper. Whoa!
Yeah. Rock, paper, scissors.
Okay. Yeah. But how did I die? I don't understand.
I don't know what happened, to be honest. Did you trip over this this empty can or something?
Can you trip or? I mean, I'm walking over it now.
Weird.
Okay,
Do
I'm gonna try
nothing.
and eat another.
Click
patty.
to do nothing.
No, yeah, the patty! It's the patty! Don't eat strange food.
Stop eating.
Don't eat the
eating raw food.
Okay, sorry. I mean, I feel like on most like. Never mind. I thought it's pre-cooked.
It says
Oh wait, that's a manual.
yes. It only has pictures.
Oh great, I can read it.
I want to destroy
It reminds
everything.
me of like those IKEA manuals. Oh, Raid!
Yeah, that raid from Pixel. Hi,
Ow!
Pixel.
Hi, Pixel and William. Hello. Pixel was playing a game earlier. I forget the name though. How do I drop this?
There's a to-do list.
Hello. Hi, Pixel. Hope you had a
Set
good
up camp.
stream.
Light a campfire
Yay.
with
Hi,
lighter fluid.
wifey. So she called us wifey.
Wifey, hello.
Wifey.
Hi.
Wifey. Wow, yeah, that's Neo Billiam. I'm here with Neo
Hi.
today. That's the talking doll. Yeah. The little plush.
Yeah.
Zongo. Hello.
We have to.
Hello.
Go home.
Huh? No, wait, hold on.
We have
How
to
would I
go
do
home.
shout
This is a
out?
to-do list. It says go home.
Shout out to Pixel.
Hi,
Please go
William.
follow the wife. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank
Tips.
you for the raid. If you
Up.
have to do any post-stream self-care, please go ahead. Take care of yourself, Bean.
According to this manual, smoking makes you faster,
Oh!
and drinking makes you stronger. Attach points. Communication. X. Control. You can use both your hands with control. With the other mouse button.
Oh! Wow.
Do you feel like an airline controller?
Whoa! I can grab your booty. Hold on. Ah! No, stop moving. Touchy.
Oh, that's it? I already read it? Well. So... Walkie-talkie!
Yeah, so I didn't finish reading the manual.
Where's the other walkie-talkie? Oh, it's over here.
We don't know what we're doing at all. This is like we just opened the game. We just downloaded the game today.
This is for you.
We don't know what the menus are like. We don't know how anything works.
Cold coffee.
I think I finished reading the manual, so... Ah, another super intellectual with butt grabs. Correct. Can I play this cassette?
I was
Wait, we haven't still been inside the... how do I get in?
probably not this side. Open door.
Oh, there we go.
Ooh.
Huh?
I'm up here.
Tape player.
Attach the drink holder. Ooh. You can play music?
How do I... Oh, wait, the buttons work individually. Okay. Play.
Nice.
How do I pause? Oh, the rave hands! Rave hands. Okay, okay, okay. Where am I? Where
I think we should take the manual with us. Nuggets? In a can? Look how many cup holders we
How do I
have.
make it stop? No, I can't make it stop.
Uh-oh. Wait, hold on.
Oh, thank you. Oh, thank God you know what you're doing.
It was a different button. We have to take walkie-talkies with us.
Thank you, Billy. Have a great rest of your day.
I'm putting it in here for no reason.
Okay. Oh, okay, okay, okay. Let's gather.
Let's gather our
No,
trash.
Would we need beer?
Beer.
Good enough, light bud.
There's a toilet.
I need to learn how to make this jump. There you go.
Another walkie-talkie. EpiPen? The fuck? A genie. Did you know we are diabetic?
Huh? What did I know what?
There's EpiPens here. Are we diabetic?
Oh. I thought EpiPens are for like allergies.
Oh, maybe. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't remember. Oh, they're for allergies. Okay, I confused it with something else
They are
then.
for allergies.
My bad. I'm
Okay,
sorry.
okay. We need insulin.
You can drink your cold coffee.
We have a motor oil. Oh, damn it!
Ooh.
Is this a fridge? Am I about to put the motor oil in our fridge?
Yes. I don't know why, but enjoy.
We like our motor oil cold.
Sugar allergy. Yes.
I don't know.
Exactly.
I don't know where to point. Can I move slower? Yes, mouse.
Disposable grill.
Decrease.
So Ginny ate half of our food on the road. Great. I already managed to break it. How do you like me breaking the game? I don't know where it went. Oops. Wait. Oh, I failed. There we go. You have to throw it. Why are you quiet? I can't hear Sajini. I can't hear you in the game. Is there a mute button? Oh! Have you pressed V? Yeah, I know we cannot hear Sajini. What does V do? Sajini, are you muted in game? Wait, can you guys hear me in Sajini's stream? Wow. Wow, wow. Wow. Empty coffee cup. Check both streams. Can you hear co-host in either? Can you hear me now? Is it like a chat? We broke the game already! Woohoo! Mama. Ooh. What the heck? Oh. Toggle talk. On the hook. We broke the game, Chad! I could hear, but can you hear me now? Because I'm not sure if... Could you press V?
I press V.
Okay, V is mute. Now I can hear you. Now...
Whole time?
Wait, do you have to hold V? I can't hear you now.
Hello? Hello?
Yeah, now I hear you. Wait, do you have to press the button to...
No, I mean it becomes blue.
Yeah, I think blue is active.
Now?
I think if you...
Oh,
Yeah.
I had pressed V by accident. My
Oh
bad.
no, it's okay, at least we figured it out.
He'll have some butt touching to make up for it.
Oh well. I was like confused, I was like, why did you become so quiet all of a sudden? What happened?
I don't know. I mean, clearly I didn't know, but...
I don't know, but like, I don't think I have pressed it either myself, and that's so weird. Did the game like toggle the buttons on its own? There's so much cold coffee everywhere.
Neo, do you have a driving license?
I do.
Oh, okay, thank God. Phew. Because I don't.
Oh god. Hold on.
Do you know what you're doing? Like, what, do we need all this, really?
I don't know, but we left our bowl. It's very important.
Okay, go ahead.
Did we tell you to-do
Balls
list?
are an important part of our culture.
Do you like how I broke the dartboard?
Yes, excellent, excellent breaking. Oh my god, look at the ball here.
Oh my god, it's so
Squished
squished!
Yeah.
What? Do we have a to-do list? I don't think we need it, but I'm just...
That was one outside. Should we get it?
I'm not sure. Why do we have 3 disposable
I'll
grills?
get it. To lose 2 of them.
Makes sense. I like how you put the motor oil in the fridge.
You're welcome. But where am I supposed to put this?
You know, you can just sit down on the toilet and look at yourself in the mirror.
Oh, I can put it on the chair. Interesting. Oh, huh?
What do you need to
Really?
sit here?
Okay, let me try that. Ouch. What the? Love the way the door opens.
Do you love the door?
Oh. Love also looking at myself when I'm doing the doo-doo.
You can open the window and jump through it for some reason.
Stand up. The bathroom makes me feel a little...
Open hatch doesn't work. Wait, can you open the hatch?
I don't even see a hatch. Where am I? Have you lifted me?
I have lifted you.
Okay.
Because I can't open the hatch, I thought that maybe you have to hold the other person up.
Nope. I mean, it says E, but it's
Yeah.
not opening anything.
Can you pick me up?
Yes.
No, it's... I can hear stuff, but nothing's happening, so yeah. I get it. My god, you're putting me in the...
Upsy daisy.
Upsy daisy! Ah!
Upsy daisy.
I'm inside the floor.
Ah.
What is that? Are those my eyes? Are those my legs? What am I seeing in front of me?
I don't know.
Wait.
Oh, what?
Wait.
We don't have a hatch.
Oh, we found a bug. This is what opens.
There's no hatch there. Okay, Neo, I'm gonna drive.
You wanna drive? Wait, there's
Tell
another
me what the
manual
fuck
over
to
here.
do, because I don't know what to do. Huh?
There's
Say
another
it?
manual over here. In the glove box.
Oh.
Also a map.
Okay, let's see. It's the same we saw before.
There's a map. Do you want to look at the map?
Yes. How do I look at the map?
Click.
Ah. Where the hell are we? Oh, here we. Huh?
The
Probably here.
mirror is so
I
ugly.
don't know. Anyway. Okay, I'm driving.
You driving? Okay.
Toggle park. Oh, that's not driving at all.
I thought you just had to relax a little bit first. Oh god. Wait. Move. Move seat?
Did that work? Are we engineering right now?
Wait.
It says 1. No, no, no.
Can drive without a cigarette. Okay.
Oh, wait. Where are we going? Which way did it go? Where is the going way?
I think over there.
Do we turn?
Yeah, we have to turn
way?
right because there's. I think the over there. Watch
How
out!
do I go back?
Don't drive into the tree. Can you?
Clutch? Is there reverse here?
Wait.
Press clutch is Q. Oh yeah, there is a reverse here.
Oh, you have to change the gears.
Yeah.
Wow.
Is there anything in the back?
I don't know, but I think that's enough.
Okay, then I have to press 1.
Oh,
Okay. I'm driving slowly.
it's okay. Making progress.
I'm driving slowly. Ah.
Gas station. Oh, I can see our car on the map.
Oh really?
Yeah, just follow this road. What the
I
fuck?
feel like we're about to die.
Why are we so crooked?
Can't see anything over the fucking dashboard.
What? Why are we so crooked? What are we driving on?
I guess some rocks. Can you pause the music?
It's very important.
I want to hear.
You want to hear our
We're going
car
somewhere.
getting destroyed? Oh Jesus!
Oh,
What
there's
is this
a rock
road?
going on. Uh-oh. What's that? What the fuck?
Uh-oh.
Wait, how do I stop? How do I stop?
Oh, wait, that's
Okay, I
it. That's
pressed
fine.
the
Eh.
back to stop. We
Turn it-
almost died.
Turning off music to see better is a mega mind move.
Hey, can you turn on the music? I can't see.
Oh god. Yeah, you're doing good. You're doing
Slowly
fine.
but clear.
Oh Jesus.
You're doing fine. Oh Jesus.
Yeah, I mean it's not your fault the road is like this.
Yes. Okay, I'm doing really good.
Yeah.
We still haven't crashed.
Yeah, we haven't crashed. It's fine. Oh,
I can't see.
go to the right. I'm learning.
Here
Detour.
we go. This is the
Oh
make and break
no.
moment of the game.
Well,
I would like to stop smoking. How do I do that?
3. I would like to stop smoking. So do we have
I
to?
can't see. This cigarette is in the way.
How the heck do we drive through that? Do you have to
I mean, I guess we'll turn.
try? Oh my god, I don't think.
The fuck is this?
Do we have?
Where's the road? What the fuck?
Do we have to use this winch thing?
Do we have to put like the planks so that we can cross?
Hold on,
over?
I'm gonna
Wait,
check.
hold on. I have to stop the engine
Yeah, we have to use the planks.
and then park,
Oh Jesus!
and then I can exit.
How the
Why are my
fuck
hands like this?
am I supposed to do this?
I'm still driving with my hands.
Your hands are still driving, obviously.
Huh? I picked that up like an absolute doofus.
Yeah, like what am I doing? Oh Jesus
I
Christ!
can't see anything.
Why are we
I'm
so
short?
Why are we doing it this way? Can I like take down a tree and just... I'm just gonna go on foot, fuck
I
this.
don't know how the game works.
Why are we stupid? Why can't we like hold it in a way that will let us see? I think, hold on, you know, I have an idea. I have an idea.
Okay.
It's a dumb idea, but like... Not like there's anything smart I can do in this game. Right now.
Okay. I see you.
If these planks are just moving around.
Oh my god. No! Okay, alright, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Okay, okay, okay. There we go, there we go, there we go. I think this should be fine. Maybe we put like this plank across as well. So maybe the tire doesn't get stuck here.
I don't know what.
Well, okay, let's see what happens.
Woohoo! I'm gonna watch.
Okay, yeah, you can do hand gestures.
Yeah, I will be like.
First of all, let me just. Somebody said Jamie. There you go.
I'm gonna be like left,
Well,
right.
let me just try and get in the car.
I'm gonna
Okay,
be
so
showing you
I got
with my
the
hands.
engine, get out of park. Do clutch.
Yes,
One
calm.
first.
Oh my god, don't, no! What the fuck? Go back!
Wait, hold on. Okay, there.
These sounds remind me of
Well, I'm not going anywhere.
freaking Grand Theft Auto for some reason.
I can't. I'm not going anywhere, am I? Oh, okay. I have to press W to go back. Right, that makes sense.
Literally only had to go straight.
Okay, go back to the first gear.
Yes.
And then we turn.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, no, yes.
Okay.
Come on, come straight.
Yes.
Don't turn. Oh, fuck. What? Well, whatever.
Okay, get in.
Wait, go back, go to the front because you're slow, you're sliding down. Okay, stop. I have a dumb
Stop! Get in.
Hold on, I have a dumb idea. What if we take the planks with us?
Oh, okay. That's not dumb. That's a great idea. Can you stop doing the fucking beep beep? It's very annoying. Why is it doing the beep beep?
Beep, beep.
Did we lose something? Why is it like that?
Can't attach here. What the fuck? Why not?
Oh, it's because I was in reverse. Right.
Why can't I take you with
mine.
me?
Correct. You can't put it in the car?
Okay, I wanted to attach it to the roof, but it won't let me. This looks so stupid. It can probably go in a cupboard. Oh my god. What the fuck is this? Jack power.
I can't attach here, but I can drop it here.
Yeah. What the heck is Jack Power's power hole? Ah! Jesus Christ, I fell down.
Whoa! Ah! Ow.
Did you also fall?
Yes. Okay, I mean, I feel like the... Wait, why is this...
Stupid planks.
Why is it still rotating?
Because it's in the air.
It's in the air.
It's in the air.
My good God.
Can't drop here, fuck!
I'm gonna try and get us out of this ditch.
I like ditch. It's very
So,
comfy.
First we do... we go reverse. Start the engine. Just go back up. a bit.
Oh, this plank. Oh my god.
Oh, no. I think we're stuck. Let me see if I can reverse this.
Oh my goodness. Yes.
No, wait,
Did you see what I did with the dartboard? And you're trying to stop me from putting a freaking board in it? Look! You saying this is impossible. And yet...
Oh my god, we made it.
we made it. And yet why we did it. Anyway. Yes. This way. My goodness.
I can't see the road. Where are we going? Oh my god.
Oh my goodness. You have to turn left.
Okay, we have a big turn here.
Wait, hold on. Wait for the trees.
How the fuck? Huh?
Wait, can you stop? Can you stop? There's a house over there. Can we steal something from it?
Probably.
This is all I think about. I feel like this is the long drive. Hello? Ooh. Ah!
What the fuck?
Snake bit me! Lotion?
Ugh.
Bear spray?
Anyway.
Scrap metal? More scrap metal?
I'll take that. Wait, you said the snake hurt you, right? So can I give this to you?
Yeah, but I'm not very much hurt. I think we should save it for later. Do you want the hat?
I think you have to take it. No, I don't want the hat. What, snake?
I know, but it's not moving.
Anyway, I'm going back to the RV. I don't know where to go. Like, I think we were about to drive up here. And then what?
You know you can wear these? Look.
Maybe once we drive the RV here, it like opens the gate and it's like a checkpoint.
No.
No?
Wait. No, we have to go that way. There's a different road over there. I checked the map, but I'm still stealing.
We have incurred some damage to the RV. But hey, we didn't lose like panels or anything.
Yeah, we're fine.
Great. I'm doing such a great job.
Ah, na. There's bear spray. The genie, wait! What the heck?
Well, hold on, I'm waiting.
There's 2 more items I need to bring.
I'm sorry. Ah! Ah!
So I have a bear spray. There's
On
lotion.
the road again.
There's lotion.
Naturally. Was there more? I didn't see
Yeah.
anything. I just saw a bunch of sunglasses.
You want my phone glasses? I brought everything outside here.
Sunglasses?
Phone glasses.
What?
The
Oh
fuck?
wait, you can point.
It's like the... It's like a peek.
Little mouse button.
It's like a peek.
Yeah.
You wore the, you put on the same
I'll
hat.
take the antidote, I guess.
Yeah. You want the phone glasses?
No.
Phone glasses.
Big ass baby arms. There's a reason snakes are called nope ropes.
Uh-oh.
Nope ropes? That's funny. What?
I squished the lotion by accident and it disappeared.
I wonder, can you pick up the snakes?
I don't think so. Oh my god, I'm stuck.
Probably a bad idea.
What the fuck did I do with the lotion?
Alone again.
I broke everything. Okay, we might continue. I think we might continue.
Neo.
Yeah.
Oh, there you are. So, when we get to the next checkpoint, or when we die, you can drive.
When you die, what?
When we die, if you die,
Oh.
then then you can drive.
Okay.
when we're revived.
Anyway.
So do we like run out of oil because?
Yes, there is a gas station on the way.
Map.
Yes.
Okay.
We will pass it.
Start the engine. Clutch is at 1. Let's go, go, go.
Oh wow. Oh
We're
wow.
still in park. Anyway.
Oh Jesus. There's another thing over here. There's more scrap metal. We have to go pick it up.
Oh, that looks useful.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll park here.
There we go. Sajini drives from 5 meters. I run outside to steal something.
I'm an amazing driver. I should go get a license.
There's more. Watch out for the snake.
There's more. Watch out for the snakes.
Oh wow! Look,
Oh,
nuggets.
what is that? Disposable grill. Maybe we could have cooked the hamburgers.
We could. Are we hungry?
Yeah, do we get hungry? Or do we get maybe not sick when we eat?
I don't know. But we're probably fine now.
Oh, the coffee made me faster! Whee! Just like in real life.
Hey.
Chat type 1 in the chat if I should leave Neo. And drive.
Fuck.
Cover. Is there more?
No. This is the last one.
Okay. Okay, what the fuck? This clutch is on, exit park. Let's go.
Whoa.
Doo-da, doo-da.
Doo-doo-doo.
I need a
Doo-doo-doo.
little bit of a clearing.
What the fuck is that?
I don't see anything.
The rock on the... Oh.
Okay, I see.
Yeah, we have to go front. Yes, straight. There's a gas station.
Oh, checkpoint!
Yeah, gas
Maybe you can
station.
drive.
Oh my god, stop!
I got it! I know what I'm doing.
Oh my goodness.
I wonder, can I crash into the house? Would it have physics?
Premium government grade? The heck? Oh,
Bears
scrap metal.
Bears?
Beer.
Spray? There are bears? Oh god.
What? Yeah, I have a one gas bear spray already. Gregor? We have another music tape.
Nice. Yep, none of that's interactable. I will take the coffee, I don't know for what though.
Wait, this one has a has a thing on it.
Yeah.
Okay, now we need to just start off with a little bit of an intro, little jingle. Okay, what can we do here? Ba-doop-a-doo, ba-doop-a-doo. No, that's no good.
Huh?
Maybe a little more chanty. Awee-yo-wee.
Fuck.
Awee-yo-wee. Awee-yo-wee. Oh yeah, that's pretty good. Okay, nice.
What?
Here we go. Welcome to Absolute Calm with Alston. Where I...
We will listen to it while we are driving, I think.
Okay. Sounds good to me.
I'm stuck!
There's nothing else. Oh no! Wait, let me pick you up.
No, it's okay, I'm fine now.
You're not stuck.
Old drinks? It was supposed to be a gas station. Feel like we've been canned.
I do like the music.
Yeah, it's cool.
Only one object per compartment.
Is there anything
Yeah.
over there?
Oh no, what? Oh, you picked me up. Nothing. Just my eyeballs, I think, or my pants. I don't know.
Just my eyeballs.
Something like I don't know, like this circular thing. And two of them.
Yeah, I saw that too when you were waving me
I
around
wonder
in
if
the...
we can just walk. Like, do we need to RV this? Hey, why don't you drive?
Oh my god.
You drive.
Oh,
We'll
what the heck are those
stop, every
instructions?
checkpoint.
Toggle engine. Toggle
Here we go,
park.
folks.
Toggle lights. Wow. Exit vehicle. Beep. Press clutch. Oh.
Alright, now the person with the license is driving, so I feel much at ease.
You shouldn't.
You got this.
Are we... Where are we supposed to go? This way?
I think, yeah, my way.
Vroom, vroom. Hydrate, I will hydrate, thank you. Oh my god, this is sick. Cannot see anything.
I heard all Europe drives manual, is that true?
Yeah.
No.
Mostly, yeah.
But for a long time, Felix was driving a manual car.
What the heck? Where are we
I
going?
Was, and I passengered while he manual starred. Oh, the roof!
What
the
the
roof!
fuck?
The roof! The roof!
A bear!
What the fuck? That's a bear! That's a bear! Ah, that's a bear! What the fuck? Where the fuck is a bear, Fred?
And I'm like, what the fuck did I do? Can I not drive the car? No, it's a freaking bear!
Where'd he go? Come at me, bro.
That's not a sturdy car, yeah. A bear sneezed on it and it fell apart.
I was like, the roof, the roof. What do we do? How can we fix this? What is this?
I don't know!
The fuck, bro?
I'm gonna sit here and think about my life.
I mean, to be fair, we couldn't have done anything about the bear. Like, it's so out of our control. So, how do you fix things?
I'm reading the
Oh,
manual.
wait, no, that were these fixing tools that we had a repair hammer.
Oh.
I think I'll fix the roof first.
Oh.
There, we have a roof again.
You just do that?
How about the windshields?
Ow, you're killing me.
Oh, I'm sorry. It can hurt you?
Yeah.
Insane. Oh wow, we are missing a lot of things.
There's this 4 thing. I'm not really sure what.
But
what...
I think we're running out of scrap as we do this. But I don't see where we have scrap.
Oh, it's a number next to the green bar. Can you?
Do we need to fix this? I think that's enough, right?
Can you
That's
come here and reattach the ladder? Maybe. This. Ow.
I'm sorry, I'm hurting you.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, ladder.
Oh Jesus. I'm being hit. I'm being killed. Oh my god. I fell down.
I'm sorry.
I just went underneath the vehicle.
The vehicle.
What nickname do you go by, Neo or Sura? I'm both. You can use whichever you prefer.
Oh, I've been bananaed. Thank you, Roger.
Banana.
I have been.
Banana.
Okay, so I think I'm gonna stop fixing it now because I think that's enough.
Yeah. Okay.
Right, we don't have a door, but that's fine. Peanut butter jelly time.
Are we stuck?
Peanut
Something?
butter. Are we stuck? Try going back.
I mean, like this.
Oh, never mind. Both of the back, both of the back wheels are suspended in the air.
Oh.
So I think we should winch it. So I have to.
Oh, what the heck?
Oh, what the hell?
Bear, what did you do?
Okay.
What now? Oh!
I'm winching it.
You are winching it. Beep beep.
Wow. Oh, that's actually quite nice. So that we don't have the window, I can just jump through that. Easy access.
Who needs windows?
Correct.
Fucking bear, I swear to God.
Where are we going?
On a
Oh,
bridge,
okay.
apparently.
Cool. Let's go. Oh, nice.
I'm getting ready to fall down.
You did really good.
I think the chat is probably thinking, why are you just driving on the first gear? Listen, I'm scared.
Did you winch with the brakes on? I don't know. Did you have the brakes on? Uh-oh. Uh-oh, is it a bear? That's another bear. That's another bear. Oh my god. What the fuck is it?
I forgot.
Oh no! Oh, it looks so ugly.
I don't know how to get
it, like,
off.
Absolutely butchered us. Oh, and it's after me!
You piece
oh,
of
no,
shit!
The bear spray. I lost the bear spray. It absolutely destroyed our RV. Is it? Oh yeah, it is after me. I can't make the jump to get inside the RV.
Where is the thing?
Oh, come on! It left. It left.
Where to God?
Anyway,
What RV?
station. So can we still drive it?
Winch
'Cause we are
controller.
out of scrap metal as well.
No, we have 5. Oh my god.
Okay, pick your 5 favorite things about the RV and fix them. You know, the 5 that you can't do without. Pick those.
My brain is
In the
broken.
morning and I go outside and get attacked by bears and our RV's died.
And we just keep
Came
going.
from the top of my lungs. What's going on? And I said,
Oh my god. This fucking sucks.
Oh, so I see. So the next time we get attacked by bears, I could hit the ciggy or drink some coffee and I'd be faster and I might be able to spray the bear.
Ah.
Here, let's keep the bear spray somewhere that isn't terrible.
Ah!
Nope. Wait, we lost a bear spray.
There's one in the other.
So should he make us some burgers? Okay.
Oh.
How do I make them?
What the fuck? Am I doing it wrong? Am I stupid? Oh, no.
Oh. Why are the things on there?
Fuck.
How do I turn it on? How does this work?
My life is
Oh
pain.
wait, it said fire up.
What are you doing?
I'm making meat.
In the middle of the RV?
I mean, yes.
Why just one piece?
Is it cooking? Oh wait, no, it turned into a burger. Look, here, have some.
Oh, it helped me. I'm not hurt anymore.
Interesting.
I'm not hurt anymore.
Yay! I'm still hurt.
I'm still hurt. Oh no, I'm sorry.
I like how the grill is like slowly sliding down the oven.
Oh Jesus. Wait, take the burr spray away.
You put it out, put it outside, put it outside. Let me cook outside.
Can you not cook on this thing? Oh no.
No.
Shit.
No, yeah, that would be way too convenient, right?
Yeah.
Imagine you could
Sorry.
just do things.
I swear to God.
Oh wait, I'm out of burgers. It's empty. So, have you prepared? I'm sorry, can I help you? What are you doing?
No, I'm just. Do you want to continue driving?
Sure.
Unless you
Are we
wanna.
stuck?
Oh, unless no, we're fine. I made it. It's fine.
Okay.
We are just kind of broken, but. You know.
Oh, okay, you're driving. Okay, cool. Let's go. Where are we going?
I forgot to toggle the engine.
Oh my god, are we going that way?
I don't know. You are the map person.
I think, do we have to... Oh shit. I can't see, there's a leaf in my eye. Thank you. Yes, you're going in the correct direction.
I'm just taking a
Go my
shortcut.
way. Up the hill. This way.
I was scared. I was like, what are those things jumping on the road?
Oh, those are my hands.
Wait. I'm unable to switch
It might
directions.
4U8 too, bro. Oh, okay. Let me. Oh, that's okay. That's okay. We're good. Good. Perfect.
Meep. Why can I only go backwards? Never mind, I cannot go any direction now.
Oh, hold on. Let me go and have a look. Okay. You should have some grapple thing that helps you.
Just a bit of scratches on the RV. What scratches? We don't even have anything to get scratched anymore. I watched this game with a couple of YouTubers who are also car races, and I gotta say that if people know what they're doing, it's not as fun as the UN Senji. Ah, my butt is getting picked up our thing.
Okay, I'm gonna let go.
Yeah. Are you letting go?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Uh-oh. Neo?
Yeah?
Neo, we have a serious problem.
What happened?
I lost the winch remote.
Uh-oh. What the fuck? How did that happen?
Where you fucking go? Just like it doesn't let me use the remote and let go of the thing at the same time. And I was like, let me just drop it right here on the floor. So.
Wait, hold on.
Oh wait, what was that? Oh, that's you. Oh no! I mean, does it maybe respawn? Like if it fell through the map or something? Oh, you left the engine on.
Yeah, but I was like, what happened? And I didn't expect that to take so long.
It doesn't
Honestly.
respawn, so.
Why can't I crouch? Still, for me, the funniest part so far was I cannot see if there's a leaf in my eye.
Yeah, that's kind of true in this situation too. So, okay, hold on. So, which tree did I attach the thing to?
Wasn't it this one?
I just came up. It was this one, right?
Yeah.
So I dropped the remote here, basically. Do you think unless like it slid down and went somewhere? Because this physics.
Challenger mode, no remote.
Do you know how to restart from the last checkpoint?
I can restart. Do you wanna?
Okay, let's do that. Yes. Or piss.
Okay, okie dokie.
Who knows? Ah! Well. Okay, let me get ready with the bear spray.
Oh, we need to pick up this stuff again. Oh my god. Boar gear! We got more boar gear!
Ah, shit.
I was trying to force the boar gear into the fridge. There was a boar gear here. No bear spray?
Found. I saw a burger there. A meat patty. You probably want the walkie-talkie in case you separate. But we'll never separate. Right, Neo?
What?
I was wondering why we have a walkie-talkie, and Felix is saying that you need it in case you separate, and I said, but we'll never separate.
True. Where are the darts?
Don't know. Yep.
What?
You look like you're holding a shield. But it's a dartboard.
I can only put it here!
Anyway, I wasn't here during the start, so I want to know if you guys lost your RV on the first attempt. No, we didn't. We've been doing a stellar job so far. And everything is still in full pieces.
What do you mean lost your RV in the first parts?
I don't know what that means.
I'm scared.
That hasn't happened to me.
They want to drive?
Can you bear spray?
What the fuck is this? Why is this meat like this? Do you just spray at a bear?
Yes.
Okay. Perfectly balanced meat. And I say, hey, Bear! Bear's coming after us! Uh-oh.
Okay, we're about to tumble. We're about to tumble. We didn't tumble. Keep going. I can't see. Where should we be going? Where's the road?
Sorry, I'm trying to stare for a bear. The road to the right.
Oh no, please don't tell me that like that. Tell me, is it to my side or to your side? I don't
It's
know left and right.
this side, my side.
Okay, your side, okay. I don't know left and right.
The bear got lost. Yeah, here.
I mean, I kept driving. I tried.
You're doing okay.
Okay, yeah, I don't feel good about this. I probably should.
Watch out for the bridge.
Reverse.
Beep. You cannot touch the burst spray to the thing, to the board.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Okay, I feel very nervous about this. I know that you drove through this pretty good.
You can do it.
Here. That way. Okay, I'm gonna reverse again.
Stupid meat party! Can you stay in one spot? What the fuck am I supposed to do with
Okay,
it?
here we go. Here we go. I don't feel good about this.
You'll be fine.
Oh my god, I made it.
You made it. Uh-oh, bear is following us.
I don't know where to go.
Ah. Ah. Yeah, this way, this way. Ah, but this freaking hill. And then oh my fuck.
Oh my, what the fuck? What the fuck? I'm just gonna go for it. Anyway, we're stuck.
Uh-oh.
Okay, so let's.
Oh fuck!
Yeah, we're
No, look!
hold on. Oh! Window.
The
Window.
the window over here? No. This window in the bathroom.
I don't think the.
What the fuck?
Can we push? Oh my god.
What?
How do they push? F. Is it going forward? Is it going forward?
No!
Oh, careful!
I might have thrown out one of the burst sprays out. It might have fallen down.
We winching.
I fucked up.
You, bro?
Ah!
Neo! No! What do I do? Do they respawn? What the fuck? What do I do? I lost Neo. Neo! Neo! Neo!
Oh my god.
Why don't you still there and alive and stuff? Okay, okay. Okay, so I can't miss this jump. Oh god. Oh, oh no. I'm fucked. I am royally fucked. Hold on, wait, hold on. I'm being
How do you want her to come down save me? Nice job. Oh god. My cheeks hurt.
Oh man.
Hi Vanya.
Oh my god, we're back here. We had to survive bear attacks. Okay, bro.
Can you do it again? What the fuck?
I'm sweating.
We don't have meat here or bear spray.
Let's go. Let's go. Okay, you drive.
We've been.
Oh no, I'll drive. I'll drive us all the way up to like that two plank bridge.
Okay.
And then you drive. You don't have anything.
Why is the RV shaking? Oh my god. Hold on. Hold on, hold on, hold on!
Oh, okay, what?
Oh my god, where did that thing fall out? There it is.
I wish I had pockets.
What?
I wasn't watching. Can you do it again? Oh man. Oh man.
Well,
Okay,
Aw.
now we need to just start off with a little bit of an intro, a little jingle. Okay, what can we do here? Ba-ba-doo-ba-doo, no.
I'm ready.
Okay, now we need to just start off with a little bit of an intro, a little jingle.
Okay, let's
what
go,
can
shall
do
we?
here? Ba-ba-doo-ba-doo, ba-doo-ba-doo, no. That's no good. Maybe a little more chanty. Oh, wee, yo, wee.
Wee, 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 wee.
Wee, yo, wee.
Wee, wee. I'm looking out for the bear.
Absolute calm with Austin, where I teach you how to achieve absolute calm. Now I know what you're thinking. Austin, what is absolute calm? Austin, why would one want to achieve the absolute calm? Austin, that sounds nice and all, but I have a family to care for. I don't have time for
My
calm.
direction, my direction.
Dear
Ah!
listener, please note that absolute calm will not result in a reduction of productivity, but instead it will increase it. The absolute calm will bring clarity to your mind.
You have to drive in the second direction. Hold on.
Ah shit, never mind.
Stop! Stop!
I'm leaving.
Hold on, I sprayed it. It left.
Distractions we have created
no,
for
no.
ourselves, but I will help you achieve it in this 8-part series. You might be curious about
Fine.
other health benefits of the
8-part
absolute calm.
series?
Accessing
We
the
can
absolute
continue.
calm comes with all sorts of health benefits, such as
You're
lower
ready.
blood pressure, more efficient
Oops,
vitamin
I left
absorption,
the door open.
reaching an ideal weight, a
Where do we-
reduction in chronic fatigue,
Wait, where do we go?
improved
Am I going in the right
mobility,
direction?
more
This
regular
direction,
bowel
my
movement,
direction.
and achievement
Direction number 2.
often in tandem with the bowel
We will call.
with this step-by-step guide,
Oh my god.
you too will reach the absolute calm.
Why can't I use my hand? Oh.
And I will see you in
We
the
will
next
call. We will call your direction direction 1 and my direction direction 2. Oh, I thought it was broken. Girl, what the frick? Oh, we are hanging on something.
Anyway. So,
Ah!
sorry, did you want to say something?
No! Oh my god. Beautiful.
So, I mean, I don't really see a way out. You know, can we drive this way? Oh, maybe you can. And then maybe around. Nope, it's just the pits.
Oh, so you cannot go this way. Reset?
Mm-mm.
Reset?
Reset.
Oh my god. We are doing great!
Okay, you drive.
God, running around. Where's the bear spray?
There's nothing in here for it today.
God damn. Antidote! I just
I'm just passing
boinked
the
myself.
coffee.
Did you just drink coffee and left and leave?
Winner of the game, they winched out of much worse places. Oh,
What?
but I didn't see where we could take the RV afterwards. There was like nowhere to go. Oh wait, you can put it there? That's really useful.
Yeah. Oh my goodness.
Here we go. Satellite radio.
Ugh.
I wonder what that spray smells like.
Whee!
I hear that.
Ah! I hear a bear.
No, I'm trying to open this window and it won't open. What? Where'd it go? I lost the battery. And, I escaped with my life. Neo, wait! Wait!
What?
I fell out of the window. Anyway, yeah, we can go.
Oh my goodness. How did they go? How'd they do?
We did really good. You did really good. You did amazing.
Oh my god. Now you need to tell me where to go because I don't see.
Okay, let's see.
Do I need to go back a little?
Oh, hold on. We're going to side 2.
Okay.
And I think you'll have to back up a bit because there is this rock here. So back up a bit and then do side 2.
Good.
Oh, there you go. Yep, keep going. And turn.
Oh my god, I see.
Nice.
Did you just jump in from the top?
Yes.
How the heck?
John Cena. Okay, pause. Pause.
What are you pausing for?
Because there is a massive rock here. Let me go to one side.
The fuck? Oh my... Oh, what rock?
In front of us, a boulder.
Yeah, but I'm not driving into it.
Okay.
It's okay.
My bad. I panicked.
No, it's fine.
So, you might want to back up a bit because you're hitting this tree here. Okay, good. Nice.
Whee! We going!
We're going!
Going!
Way through so many obstacles. Is that mud? Oh, that's just...
What is that? I don't like this. Wait, what?
Oh, stop.
What the hell? Ramp?
Oh.
Scrap metal! Water oil! Antidote!
Never mind. Can't attach here. Wait, where does it get attached then? Like on top?
What the heck?
Ah, so that's where it goes. What's going on?
What?
Hey,
Wench ball? What the heck?
Ah!
Oh,
It goes on top. It goes on the roof of the RV.
oh, we... Oh. Exit to... Oh, okay.
I don't
This...
know if I'm in good health or if I'm dead.
What the... What? Where are we supposed to go?
Take the ladder.
I'm confused.
Up. You mean where to drive? I'm just loading these up. We got some ramps.
The genie?
Extra tires, yes.
Do you have any idea which way we're supposed to go? I like how you're bouncing. Oh, there's stuff here.
Road. We had to get through this. That's the road. This way. Motor oil.
Oh, road is over there. I see, I see.
Wait, maybe we needed those ramps and stuff to get through here.
Yeah, I think we're supposed to go this way instead of like on all of these rocks.
Oh hell, bro, let's go through this.
Ba ba ba. Ba da ba 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 ba.
Oh wait, hold on. Maybe we can use the planks instead.
Yeah, I'm bringing the planks. Just driving is not interesting enough. We have to worry about everything else. The big adventure of...
Might work, I think.
What the fuck is this? Oh, there's stuff here. Okay, let me take a look out here. So, what the fuck?
Nuggets. Nuggets. I think you can attach it to rocks.
This way is better, yeah. The genius way is better. Whee!
I'm a bit of a hoarder.
It's okay, we both are. Wait. You put everything on the roof and just put flags here?
Yes. This should work.
This is a secret path to break into Zanzibar land and discover Metal Gear. Oh my god.
I think this should work. Let's try it. I'll drive.
You wanna drive?
I put those flags.
I cannot put more stuff in here, this sucks. Literally waste for nothing. Okay, you're doing well.
I think I might need a high gear.
I cannot drop it here. Wait, hold on, I have an idea.
Wait, how do the gears work? Which one do I need when? When I'm going faster, I need a higher gear?
You can't stop me because I cannot read. Oh my god. Wait, hold on, stop.
Why?
Okay, you did it well. But... now we'll have to turn a little bit. Hold on.
How about we use one of those... What is this? A dartboard? Oh, really?
There was no other way to put it inside!
I think it goes on the roof or here in the back. Why do we even need wheels? Do wheels go bad?
No, but we only have one. I mean, I'm guessing we can break the wheel.
Well, I say you can put a winch pole here. And what if I
Ooh.
do this?
Ooh, you are smart.
Do it ramp.
Smart. Wait, wait. It's crooked. Wait, let me see if I can.
Here, let me remove the thing. I've learned nothing from losing the remote the other time. There we go.
Wee.
Oh, so you that one time use, that single use.
What? These things?
The windfalls you can't pick up, yeah.
Oh, that's fine. We have 4 still.
I'm gonna sit down now. Oh my god, it's fucking... Put it on the bed.
Oh, well. You see, you cannot put it down inside the vehicle.
So how did you...
That's why I threw it in from the window and
I see. I'm gonna sit down and then I'm gonna bathroom.
Okay.
So it's up to you. Up to you now. I'll be back.
Okay.
I know you can't see, but I'm giving you the salute.
I'm gonna fight with stuff. Oh, this is better. No, just cleaning up this silly land. Ah, meow. How do I... What do I... Hold on. Give me the instructions. I say give me, I'm just doing it on myself.
Unfortunate Felix is in the bathroom and I
Oh
can't
no.
Yeah. So... shall we?
Yeah. Hell yeah. Oh god. Whee! Whee! Oh, there's stuff on the floor there. The floor and the ground. What the fuck am I saying? Blah. Do they have stuff I can steal? Ooh.
Probably get stuff.
Oh, I want to get up there. What? What the heck? What are we supposed to do here?
Huh? What?
No, look, the road ends.
Huh.
Oh my god, don't tell me this way.
I got a bathroom.
Okay.
You let me see.
I'm gonna go see if I can yoink something. Wee! Wee! I'm a wee! Grab metal. 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 EpiPen. I'm just running around, trying to steal things, you know, classic video game behavior. So, or gear and or beer. How do I... Can I throw it up there? Let me see. No. Wait. Oh. Whoopee. Okay. Now the beer, and we're ready. We have too much stuff. I am such a hoarder. Oh, more junk. More scrap metal. In case we break everything. Whee! Whee! Fish! Fish! Look how athletic I am. Where are my board gears? Where did I put them? Where my board gear at? You're a mountain goat. I'm a little mountain goat. Meh. Where's my board gear? Oh, that was... Oh my god, they fell down. What the heck? Ah! Being greedy ends this way. You just break your bones. Ow. Embe. I'm moving the wheel to the back. Fuck! I picked it up! Shit! Oh. Go in! Go in! There we go. Shit. Fuck. Sajini went to the bathroom, Chad. Chad, if you're wondering what the heck are those noises you're hearing in the background, because Sajini is just looking up out the window. I am currently bringing food inside our beautiful RV, and I'm trying to move the wheel from the middle of the RV to a little bit to the back. However, I picked it up by accident and just reset my entire progress, and now I'm stuck. Meow. Meow. A minute. Woo. Did you try picking it up? I cannot pick it up because you cannot put it down inside the RV. I only cheated a little bit and threw it inside through the hatch and the roof. Because, heh, that's how I play video games. There's nothing normal about this. You will go to the back, whether you like it or not. Damn it. I could drive a bit, but where's the fun in that? I don't want Sajini to miss out on whatever the fuck I'm doing. Hey, I'm making progress. Just throw the dartboard on it. Into it. And everything will be fine. Is it your lagging? Is it? I don't have any dropped frames. Open cabinet for maximum movement. Exactly, look. And now you can open a cabinet to stop the wheel from moving. It's perfect!
Okay, I'm so you know, when you gotta go, you gotta go.
I said, Ginny, do you want to see my beautiful invention?
Time, but that was not an option. Sadly.
Do you want to see my beautiful invention?
Yeah, sure.
Look.
Oh, wow.
I made a compartment for the wheel.
I mean, it works. So. Yeah, well done. Kinda glitchy there.
It's fine. Oh my god, you rotated the seat.
Oh, you can really?
Yeah.
Not intentionally, I don't think. What do?
How do you do that?
Eat? Oh.
How do you move it?
Just the AD keys.
Oh. Wait, hold on.
But I wonder, can you do that when you're driving too? No, just the wheel.
Okay. You want to go to the thing?
Okay, I'll go. Wait, where?
I'm guessing we need to go to that muddy hill. Up that muddy hill. Oh. Let's go! Yeah, and now we'll have to go up here.
Hi, Balloon. Hi, Something. What do you think is next? I have to go to...
Yeah.
Where the fuck are we going?
So, I think now we have to go take this thing and put it on the top,
Okay.
and then we will be winching the entire vehicle up this freaking hill.
Or maybe this is why we need the walkie-talkie.
Maybe?
The walkie-talkie.
But how am I supposed to talk to you with this in my hand?
Green. Can the winch even go
Oh, there's more.
that far? Oh, that. Oh, anyway.
So, I guess that confirms.
That's just great, isn't it? Oh my god. Cool.
This will be difficult.
I wonder what the maximum distance is the winch can go. Oh!
Don't break your bones.
Wait, those hurt. Those stone things, they hurt.
Oh, we have to go this way.
Let me grab the winch and see how far it can go.
How far can you go? Is that the furthest?
Yeah.
Okay, so I guess over here.
No, I literally can't move. Okay, yeah, there.
And then from here we go that way.
I have a question.
Yeah?
So, when the RV is here,
Yes?
and we need to remove the winch hook to put it on another, how
Yeah?
do we stop it from tumbling downwards?
Wait, hold, what? Yes?
So we need to remove the winch hook, put it on a new one when the RV is here,
Yes?
and the moment we do that, the RV will tumble down.
No, we can use the front one and then the back one and then the front one.
Okay, swap between.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, cool. Nice.
We'll see if it works.
Huh? So nothing's happening. Is it because I don't know? I'm the
Do I just like fuck it, put it here? Whee! Oh my god!
Why?
I broke my bone.
So it doesn't. Oh wait, it has to switch to rear.
Yeah, I think it's D.
P. Toggle front. T. Yes. There it is.
Nice. Yay! We're making progress. This will take a while.
Lord help us. Please work. It's really shaky to me, like the whole thing is like shaking a lot.
I'm waiting for the wheel on the inside to just like come falling and break the window.
I mean, it's working. So
This looks so scary. Okay, I'm gonna grab the one in the front. Ow. Wait, why is it locked? Oh.
Ow! Oh, I passed out.
What? What happened?
I fell.
Oh no.
I fell. Oh no, you're falling too, please.
I'm okay, I'm okay.
Okay.
Oh, that's what the EpiPens are for. Take the winch controller. Remember to switch it to the front one.
Is it attached?
Yes.
Okay.
Watch out, don't get hit with the vehicle.
Good thinking.
It's going.
Something's wrong.
Come on, give me the thing.
Oh, here.
Ah!
Sorry.
Prawn. There we go.
Ah!
Fine.
Do you think I can release this? I think I can release this now.
Oh my god.
There you go. Go ahead. Go and pull.
You don't? Do you know you can release it from the remote?
Oh, I didn't know.
Yeah, I think I pressed it the same moment and you pick it up, and that's why it like kind of went flying.
See. Should I? Is that gonna be okay? I feel like that's not good and it's gonna trip.
Hmm.
Hold on. Pause. Okay, don't pause. I'm gonna try and drive forward.
I wonder if that will work. Do I release it?
I don't think that'll work.
Wait, hold on. Try now?
Oh!
What?
I don't feel good. Is this working? Am I floating in the air? What's happening?
God damn it, I don't.
I'm gonna stop driving.
Okay, you know what? We might have to connect the back to and just pull the ass of the vehicle up here. Wait, can you? I have an idea. Hold on.
I'll watch the remote. Oh.
Yeah. You need to pull the ass up.
Pull the ass up, yeah.
Hey, we are doing it! Is it great? No, but it's working. You might want to release the front.
Not yet. Now maybe.
Wait. Oh, never mind. Okay, I did it.
Release. Oh, okay.
Fuck it. Hey, it's easier. It's easier than doing whatever the heck. Snack! Oh my god. Look what I have.
We did really good.
Look what I have. Look what I got.
What? An oil barrel?
Look, a big barrel of oil. Trying to get up, I'm failing. Winch. Can't attach it here? What the fuck? I failed.
Ooh, we have an extra winch controller. That's amazing.
Oh, nice. In case we leave it again.
Yeah. You don't have to restart.
Okay, let me pick up the scrap. There's a snack here. RIP! Who died here?
There's a building machine.
Oh, you can revive friends here. You can revive here.
Oh.
Ooh, what is this machine? Welding machine? Wow.
Yeah. Maybe we can fix the car? The RV?
I don't... Do we need...
What does the drill do?
I don't know, but we have one inside too.
For the wheels.
Surprisingly, we don't need any of this.
We did really good. I'll get the scrap, I think.
Okay. I'm up on the roof. I look like I have really big ears. I look like
Ooh.
Stitch. Or Mr. Yoda. Master Yoda, not Mr. Yoda. What the fuck am I saying? Mr. Yoda?
There's a cassette, a lotion. Ooh, burger. Yeah, that's how they work like fucking popcorn. Ooh. Oh. And then onto the grill. Oh, perfect.
You want a board gear?
I'm having burgers. Come down and have one with me. I have 2 burgers, yeah.
What the heck?
I'm also drinking a beer.
Wow. Wow, my board gear is on!
Why, what's that? What happened?
My board gear was running away from me.
No, come, I'll give you a runaway burger.
Can I want to...
Here, have a burger.
Oh.
Have a beer.
Wow, beer?
I have 2.
Wow. I want to...
Ah! That's me. That's what you need.
That's what I get for being stupid. Let me do it again.
You're not eating that burger. I eat the burger. Oh. Thank you.
Okay. You cannot kill a snake by throwing shit at it.
I drink burger. I mean, I drink beer. I eat burger.
You're really quiet in the game.
No! I don't think I can do anything about that.
Wait. If you go into settings and check the input
Oh, my
gain.
input gain.
Yeah.
So shall I put that to about 2? That's as far as it's going, unfortunately.
Did that...
Is that better?
I'm not sure if that changed anything.
Is that better?
Maybe?
Oh, that's just amazing.
Wow, wow.
Sorry.
Can you take the
So what do you
lotion?
say? Shall we... Huh, where the fuck? Oh, what does the lotion do?
I don't know. But we will see.
Oh.
It's okay, I did the same thing earlier. I did the same thing, don't worry.
Let's go. Let's go. Do you wanna drive? Do you wanna do rock, paper, scissors and then the loser drives?
Okay.
Okay. What do you do for that?
X.
Ready?
Yes.
Rock? Hello, Neo?
Yes.
Why can't I hear you?
Now?
I lost it.
Can you hear me?
Yeah,
What the heck? This game like switches the input on its own.
I lost it.
You lost?
So
Oh
I'll
no.
try.
Hold on, I'm gonna go... Oh, never mind.
I think I can reverse and fix it, right?
Ah!
Huh? Where are we going? Thought I'm reversing.
Bitch, stay there!
Reversing.
Well, I'm fighting.
This is not good.
What?
Oh, I hadn't started the engine.
Oh.
That makes sense.
Why is it
Yeah.
beeping if it's not started?
It's the reverse thing that. Please tell me that I'm not driving us off a cliff.
You might be riding off a cliff.
Oh no!
Okay, stop.
Why?
I jumped off. I was about to say, see if you're riding off. I cannot jump in. Jesus Christ. Okay.
You did now.
Oh my god. What a mess.
Thank you for the look.
Anyway,
That's some look.
we are going.
Okay, okay,
Ooh.
okay. Alright.
Alrighty. Woohoo. Oh, I didn't take the barrel.
I think we're good. I think we're good. I think we're fucked. Can't you read with the leaves in your eyes?
Can you go back?
Yes, I can. Yes, I can. Ah!
Black Ghost, thank you for the lurk. Oh my god. Start the engine?
It seems I cannot go back.
Wait, is the engine on?
Hold on, the engine's not working. No.
It's okay, I turned it off by accident too. Whoa!
Whoa. 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 Okay.
Whoops. Let me go assess the damage. Do you want me to winch?
I think, yeah, I think yes. Let's do that. I'm gonna get the front one, and then I'm gonna attach it here, and I hope that corrects the angle. The RV. Hit it. Wait a second, what's going on here? Wait!
Oh my god, you managed to...
Went through that.
Yes, hold on. Let me do the back first.
How do I...
Do it now. You it went around the tree! It went around the tree!
No, yeah, previously, now it's good.
Yeah, I know, it was
I
so
didn't know
beautiful.
that it can do that,
It's,
but that's good to know.
yeah, hold on, let me... Wee! Oh, that released, but that doesn't really...
Wait, you can winch to the floor?
Floor? What? Think. Wait, what else is?
I'm sorry, I'm eating chocolate.
What else is broken?
I think we're good. What the fuck? Hold on. Okay.
Oh, go back a little. Uh-oh. Oh, Jesus. Phew, okay. Oh, Jesus. Well, I'm not sure if this is possible this way. Hold on. Oh. Oh my god, you did it. Never mind.
I did it, I'm a genius.
You are a super driver.
That's why, guys, that's why you can't spell a genie without genius. Where am
I don't like this. Yeah, go forward.
Huh? Am I supposed to jump? What do we do?
Wait, let me see.
This is broken. It's a genius. Oh my god! Okay, we're gonna have you accelerate and jump. And
Oh my god, what
there's
the
enough
hell?
momentum to go through. Oh, I'm excited, let's go!
When was the last save?
I don't know. Follow me, Neo. It'll be our mutual death.
Oh, here's
Or
the...
success. Oh fuck, I love this part.
Fuck it. I'm going through the roof.
Fucking, I'm going through the hatch too. We're like two potatoes. Ow! 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 Yo!
I'm sorry!
What's happening me?
I don't know how it happened. I like that the... Why are you driving in a piece of with a wheel next to you?
Hold on. I think I need to really clutch this.
I had to stop myself. Oh! What are you doing? Forward! No, don't stop!
Wait. Wait.
Why would you stop? Look at this, guys. It's a fish.
We're gonna get out of this. We're gonna get out of this. We should go that way. All of them. Just a minute.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Tell me how far the thing. Tell me how far the winch can go.
Our car is getting worse and worse with time. We cannot stay in the water.
Oh.
Fuck this. I cannot do it this way. Uh-oh. Oh. Oh, I'm here with the barrel.
Oh, great. So, yeah.
Hey, the game moved the vehicle for us.
Water not good. Water not good.
Yeah, but my only question was, why did you let go of the gas?
I was trying to switch to a different clutch.
Oh.
And then realized that to do that, first I have to have accelerated.
Oh.
And then shift.
Oh.
So in the middle of that, I lost momentum, and then I was like, "Oh, anyway." And then I also had to align my wheels to like that little ramp, right?
Yeah.
Because I was distracted by the clutch. I wasn't looking.
Oh my god. That was beautiful.
Overall disaster.
Come, let us eat. Let's go eat.
Somebody clipped something.
I'm scared.
Don't worry, I got my learners. That's all I can say in the chat.
There's no snake this time.
It's a boot trip now. Yeah, turn it on. Huh?
What was that? What was that?
Oh, Ooh.
They pop in like popcorn. What the hell? Oh, this one has cheese. Why this one doesn't have cheese? Oh, it has cheese. Never mind. I'm still hurt.
Flow burger.
Why are the burgers alive? Oh, another one. Are you still hurt?
Yes, a little. Does the beer help?
Yeah, no.
No, it doesn't. It just makes me dizzy. Are you hungry?
Yeah, I'm still hurt.
Yeah, take this.
Thank you. Oh, I'm fine
What do I
now.
do with motor oil?
I don't know. We have a lot.
Or anything. What's it used for?
You take the lotion. I will take the cassette.
Sure. What does the lotion do?
I don't know, but
Why are we taking
let's
it?
try not to squish it this time.
And we're keeping it for what?
I don't know.
Do anything? Like I didn't say I have a freshly lotioned effect or anything.
I don't know. Maybe there's like sunburned or something. Fuck off. Who knows?
We have a lot of burgers.
The Ugly Baller
Do
by
you wanna
Archibald
drive?
Brent.
Sure.
It was a dewy morning on Sunspark
Okay,
Isle
just right.
when all the ballers came out to play. But Fluffington III slept. They were missing out on all the fun
The
again.
sigh.
They quickly shook off their drowsiness and raced out into the field. They cried out in excitement to their fellow ballers, but instead of welcoming Fluffington III, they all jeered at them. Fluffington III had no idea why the others were mocking them. It was only yesterday that they were all playing together.
What the fuck they hid?
Distraught, Fluffington
A
III
tree.
trotted over to a nearby tree. As Fluffington III leant over, they caught a glimpse of their reflection.
At least we didn't
They
encounter
noticed
anything.
once again that they don't look like the others.
That's a win.
Fluffington III always found it strange that they were always fluffier.
You know,
than
could have been a
anyone
burr.
to the other ballers. Not to mention that they had 4 legs instead of 2, and no hands. All of a sudden, they felt the gentle head pats of their wrangler companion, which, as always, melted away all of Fluffington III's sad feelings. Hey, Fluffington III.
Oh, Jesus.
Are the
I thought
others
we had
poking fun at your wool again? It's definitely getting a little long.
Are you hungry?
The wrangler began shearing the wool of Fluffington III. Fluffington III wondered why
Here we
the
go.
wrangler never did
I think I'm I want to like
nice to Fluffington III. Okay, Fluffington III.
First-
Go play with the
Attach
others
the
now,
thing.
the wrangler said. Giving
yeah. I
Fluffington
think I want to first see how the wheels are,
Fluffington III returned to the other ball. And first, they looked at Fluffington III's shoe.
it's okay. I need to go.
Did you park the vehicle?
The moral of the story, cut your hair. The end.
Who needs parking? Can you maybe stay out and help me align the wheels with the boards?
The entire vehicle needs to be more to your side.
Like this?
A little bit more.
Even more? God damn it, I keep...
Yeah, that's good, I think.
But hold on.
Hold on, wait. What? Can I winch?
What do you want to winch it?
There isn't anything to winch to, so that's useless.
Unless... Unless... we jump over. One of us has to jump over and like... take
But then, you know, we can't come back, and I can only take one thing with my hand.
You're right. Yeah, don't think so. Oh, Jesus.
What do you have to use?
Wait.
Hold on, let's look up. But I also saw something under the bed, and I don't know what it is. Do you know what this is?
What?
I think that's the engine. Never mind.
I'm just pushing it a little.
Hover pole. What does this do? And we have a flippertronic and 2 ramps. I mean, I guess we could do this. Like we could put another ramp, so that we
No, but do you really need it?
error. I mean, we can pick it up again. So
Yeah, but if we jump over, we cannot go back for it.
oh. I think we use it. I say we use it.
I think if you put it underneath, will be the same.
What the fuck am I supposed to put it down? There we go. And then I can push. Oh. Shouldn't have done that. Okay, fine.
Question.
Yes.
Where are the winch controllers?
In the board thing? Oh, fuck. Or maybe we didn't pick them up because we respawned and...
Maybe? Hold on. Do I just run over there and see if they're on the floor somewhere? Don't fall. The genie? The genie! My brother! Are you okay? Are you okay? Oh no! Go back to me. Go back to me, brother. I miss you. Ah! My son, he is ill. Where's my son, Sanjini? Whoops. Payday! Payday! Where's the CD? Ah! Did you accept the digital paint? Wait, did you redeem something? I will not be drawing on this stream unless you wanna wait for till the end. If you have redeemed something, I can refund you. Ah, okay. Yeah, not during the stream. Not during the game, I mean. See, guys, this is how things end. And now this is me. This is the total drama island. This is my my time in the toilet while I am describing how everything went to shit. And yeah, that's how things go. See, yes, I am very absolute cinema. I'm very nervous about everything. I miss that show. I cannot sing the song because I don't remember the song. Bum, bum, bum. I'm just gonna fix the thing while we wait. What else have I broken? Oh.
Oh,
The genie. Where are you, my son?
guess what I have?
What do you have?
Remote.
What? How?
I don't know.
Fuck.
Found him with it.
You spawned him with it?
Yep.
Well, that works, I guess. Oh my god. The we.
Okay.
Oh my god.
So,
Do
do
we
you
just?
need more help?
No, I don't know. I think we're just gonna go and see what happens.
Okay.
I might just go back and like build up some speed or some shit, even if I
Yeah, that sounds good.
miss
yeah,
it.
You can line up it.
Yeah. If yeah, I'm not sure about lining up, but I forgot about the freaking mirror. Oh, there's a mirror missing on your side, I see. Did I just hit the brakes and see what happens? Did it? Oh no, I think you muted by accident again.
Oh yeah, I muted by accident again. Let's just go!
Yeah!
Gun it! Press it! Floor it! Let's go!
Jesus, hold on.
What the hell are you doing?
I need to
It's okay, I did the hill too.
I need to build up some speed. What the fuck? This won't work.
That's not very speed at all.
That's not speedy at all. What the fuck am I doing? How do you?
How do you speed?
How do you speed? Okay. Okay, the tree stopped me, good. Fuck. Yeah, I keep getting stuck between the fucking gears.
Me too, girl. Me too. That's what happened last time we crashed.
Stupid thing.
Step bro help. Sorry. Huh? What?
What the fuck is this?
Why do you stop? Keep pressing forward.
Because I tried to.
You were lined up pretty good.
I'm stupid, Sanjini. I'm stupid.
I will not rush you. Take all the time you need.
Need to shift higher to go faster. I know, but if I try to shift, then the thing keeps stopping. See, I tried to shift the gear to the third one.
If you can you see if you can go up with like the second gear or something?
Like, this is the second gear, and now it's like. We're so terrible at driving.
Okay! Alright, let's go, let's go. Keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going!
I had to change the gear! I had to change the gear!
Oh, we made it. Oh, thank
Oh my god. Oh, that was terrible.
Oh, the relief I relieved.
What the fuck is this?
Yay, we made it. What is that? Okay, stop. Let me go have a look.
Yeah, I managed to switch to the third gear, and then I was like, I jumped.
What the hell?
What is this? Oh, there's junk on the bottom.
That's stuck.
Ah!
No, it's going after the RV. Do we have gas spray?
We don't. Are you okay? Just leave my RV alone!
Oh, is it leaving? Will it leave now?
Maybe. I threw a board at him.
That was so scary, man.
I like how you slid down.
Can we get like those big boards? Do you think we can carry them?
Maybe? What the fuck
you
is
can't.
this? There's a wheel in here. I don't need a wheel, I need a freaking bear spray.
That's what I need. Can we go around? No, there are trees.
Slammed the desk.
Ooh. Yeah, you're right. Let's. Oh, never mind.
I'm not sure how wide.
Is that fourth plank?
I'm not sure how wide. We only have 3? Wait. This is not a plank.
How are we supposed to? How How were we supposed to?
Did we only have 3? Did the bear eat one? No, 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 there it is, there it is.
Oh, okay, there you go.
I threw one at the bear.
Right. I'm gonna do this.
Okay.
I'm gonna do this one. Move. Careful.
Stop, 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 stop. Go back a little. Okay, stop. The planks are aligned wrong. Hold on. Okay, now try now. Hold on. Yeah, go on.
I just go straight.
Yes.
I don't turn.
Yes. Okay, stop. Stop, stop, stop. This is okay.
Go back.
You won't be able to. Your butt is stuck.
Oh. Anyway.
Anyway, we continue. Well, let's put just all of them on this side for now. Or not.
Hold on, I'm coming that way.
Oh, Jesus. You have to come a bit closer, yeah. Like, go straight to the edge before you drop it. Yeah, yeah, like this. There you go.
Okay. Cool. And I drive.
Hi, Ivory!
Oh, Ivory. Hi. How are you doing? Okay, I go.
Yes! I think you might not have to use anything on the back here, but we will see. Can you move? Oh, the back is stuck. Hold on, maybe I can push it. I will push it!
Oh, yeah. Sleepy. Okay.
There you go. Whee! Woohoo! Yay!
Yay!
We did it!
Yeah, let's go. We did it!
Yay!
Yay!
The beginning was scary, but we're fine now. What the heck is the wheel? Where's the what the heck is everything from the inside of this? The game decided that we don't deserve everything we've been hoarding. I just heard you light up smoke. Oh Jesus, what is this?
Wait, that's water. Which way is the road?
This way, yes.
What the fuckaroo?
Oh my,
Can't see
what
anything.
is this?
I'm so blind.
Me neither.
Where are we going?
Down.
Do you go down?
Yes. Oh my god. Whoa.
I'm like not accelerating, so this is just
Tree.
the momentum taking us.
Probably got robbed by physics. God damn it. Okay, now... Be a bit more. Okay.
No, 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 no.
Hmm? Yeah, you're good, good. Yeah. Oh! What the heck? What did we get stuck on?
I have no idea. What the fuck is going on? What is going on? My god. I can't reverse. Okay, so... Well, I couldn't reverse because the engine was off.
Oh, never mind. It's okay. Go forward.
Yes. Oh.
Anyway.
Did we lose anything?
Some pieces of the RV. Oh my god! No!
Okay, so I think we should use the pushy device.
Oh god.
Oh my god.
My mom told me to stop shouting.
No, I'm sorry.
She's like, you're yelling, and I'm like, You can use the back one first. Moms just don't understand RVs, yeah. Okay, I think it's fine.
Yeah.
Oh my god!
There's a leaf in my eye. Can we repair? Hold on, like, why do we need to repair? Let's just go.
I think because if we don't repair, then we will have might fall apart next time we hit something. Whee! Whee!
Okay, we're back in service.
Wait, stop! Okay, I was like, what the fuck is this?
What the fuck? What the? Were they supposed to be like bears?
I don't think so, hold on. Stop! I can't pick him up! I can't pick them up! Oops.
Okay, now put them down.
I can't, I'm stuck. Tatini!
What?
Can you put them on the roof? Oh, but we don't have room. Oh no, we don't have room for more. God damn it. I like the way you're holding it. Wait. Oh, never mind. I thought I saw something. Oh my god, this is beautiful. Oh my god. Okay, anyway, I'm back.
Okay, let's go.
That was beautiful.
Welcome back.
Thank you. Jesus. Ooh. We can fix our thing over here. Okay, stop. Stop. Let's park. And now we need to get off and fix this shit. There's another winch controller.
What does it do?
What? I don't know. I don't know, but the bar is lower, getting lower, so going down. I mean, so that's good. Sorry. Oh Jesus.
It says our engine is broken. Is that what it means? Like the little red thing on top?
Yeah.
So how do we fix it?
What else do I need to? What else needs fixing here? Oh, this. Yay!
Can you see if you can fix the engine?
Okay. Not like this.
See?
Oh, this for the wheel. I'm stupid.
The manual in the glove compartment told
Yeah. I'm looking. Oh, you need oil.
Oh, we have oil,
Yeah, we have to put oil in there.
but I put it in the fridge. Huh?
It's up there on the above the table over here. Look how much oil.
Oh! Okay, but nothing is showing up. You have to go around? How do I
Wow.
oil? Guys, I want to oil up this engine. How do I do it?
How do I oil?
Engine gets oiled up.
Wow.
How? Sorry. I fixed it.
You did it!
Oh look, we have winches. That's great. Let's put them up.
We have a nog yet. And another controller. In case we lose it again. Where are the bear sprays? That's what I need.
Right? We
Oh
need the
no,
bat
you
spray.
threw away my friend?
Yes. For the winch. I did it for the winch. Is something wrong with our tires? Like, I'm concerned there's so many tires and we never had to replace our tires.
No, they're fine.
So what does this do?
Wait, we have to drive in here and then
Huh?
no, stop! Wait for the car.
Oh, select car?
Yeah.
Let me start.
Feel like I'm swimming doggy style. Fish! Fish! Okay, yeah. You wanna stay there while I crank this bitch?
Yeah, sure.
The fuck? Do you have to press forward?
No, I think we're going forward.
Oh my
But I
god.
don't know how to get the vehicle out.
You know what? That's a good question.
Okay, maybe you stay there and then I winch it.
Okay. I need to keep cranking this, otherwise we'll go back.
Yeah.
Can you pick up the scrap first?
Yes. How are we supposed to go sideways? I don't understand.
I don't think you put it in the front to a front tree. You probably need to find something to the side
Okay.
and pull it. Unless you just wanna stay here and like punch the shit out of this RV.
I mean, I guess I could set up one of those winch things too. I wonder if this thing can go as far.
I mean, if you need.
Okay, it might work. I think this.
Hi, Crazy Crayon.
Hello.
Parallel on park.
Arrow
Oh my
on
god.
park. Lol.
No, she's doing well. Look at the car. It's going. Leaving. It's jumping off.
Okay, yeah, I think you can let go.
Whee!
Nice, we did it. Now you have two remotes. Yeah.
Yay.
How do we get a second remote?
Oh, hold on. Just do not drop. Wait, do you want me to maybe straighten the car? Whoa. Never mind, you did it.
What do you want to do? Okay, I don't know what the hell is happening.
Oh god. Wait, what? What are you supposed
Bitch,
to do
where's the
now?
road? Are you going up?
I don't know. I think.
Well, I
Oh,
can't
you might.
drive up,
I don't think you'll be
so-
able to. Yeah, you have to winch this. Winch this.
Let's winch it.
Whee!
I think maybe this tree.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Who cares about the brakes, guys? Can you go inside and hold the brakes while I change the tree?
Yes, I'm not sure if it'll work, but I can try. Okay, it's parked.
Okay, hold on. Jesus.
My bad. I let go too early.
Uh-oh.
Okay, I think you can stop. Because the road is not there. There you go.
Yeah, but hold on, just a little bit up. Okay. Can you try going in direction 1?
Yes.
Okay. Just hold on, I'm gonna release the thing. Whee! Oh,
Quite literally hanging by a thread.
I jumped on top of the door. Instead... Oh my god, what the heck am I?
Oh,
Ah!
no, oh no, oh no.
Oh my god. Why am I running in front of the thing? I want to get run over?
Okay, uh-oh.
What?
This is bad.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Ah, stop, stop, stop! You're hitting a tree! Oh my god, what the fuck? Sanjini said, fuck adjusting the boards.
I can't tell which way is up.
Oh god. You know what?
Oh, okay.
Stay here. Wait, hold on. I have an idea. What?
Wait, stop, stop. Doesn't stop.
What?
I don't think that's the correct use. It's for the vehicle user manual.
Oh god. Honestly, I figured out that the easiest way to stop is just press space because that's the universal brake button in games. I want to see if we can...
Can't get the winch anymore.
We lost a board here.
It's hard for me to imagine how to get out of this situation.
I want to just pull it up.
Because how did you get up there?
Around?
Oh.
Like over... If you go that way, there's like a little thing.
Okay, but... Oh! Wait a second. Now what? Okay, I'll try to see if I can get the remote. You know what? Stay here. But go here, you do other damages.
What?
Nothing, nothing. I feel bad. So I wanna go inside the RV. Okay.
I connected it. Do you have the remote?
I'm trying to get to it. With no luck. I can't get to it.
I have an idea. Oh my god.
Huh?
I really need food. Badly.
Ah. I can't get to anything.
Hold on. God damn it, what do you mean you cannot drop it here?
Sorry.
I have the witch controller.
How? How do you... Witch?
Witch. Witchcraft. It's going up. I'm not smart. I just like I like cheesing in games.
You is a smart one here.
I just oh my god.
She is. She is.
That does look like a smart idea. Definitely yes. I like how the thing exploded just now.
Okay, it's up. It's up. It's all the way up.
Okay. Can you wait? Are you up yet?
Yeah, I'm gonna go around and see if I can get the winch from the front side.
Okay. Because
Or
there's
not.
a Dolph.
Ah!
Jesus fucking Christ.
Thank you.
Can you take the winch thing, this thing? The pole?
the pole?
Yes, while we go up.
Yes.
Follow me.
I'm following you.
What is happening over here?
Ah! Don't mind, don't mind. It's like one of those Minecraft things, you know what I'm talking about?
Oh god.
With the shape
Yeah.
and a piston.
Jesus Christ.
I mean, would it work if you put it on park?
I think, but hold on, I need to eat, otherwise I will die.
Okay. How do I help you? How did you wake me up?
I pressed F. And that's how you revive. But hold on. I'm thinking. My brain is like...
Wait a second, I have an idea. We can push.
I might have just done something terrible.
How terrible.
No, something just broke.
It's probably fine. I mean...
I parked.
fine.
I parked.
Okay, so let's pray.
Yes. And do you want to like maybe move it to this one?
Yeah.
Or like to anything, honestly, at this point.
No. No!
You're fine. No, it's fine. It's fine.
I'm not fine!
No, it was just locked.
There we go.
I saw you flying, and you're like. I'm sorry.
You know when they ask you that you have to say how you're doing and you say that you're fine but you're not really fine?
Oh my god. Do we need to move it more?
I think we can get the front one now and then turn it around.
Oh, you're right. Yeah.
Around.
Wait, hold on. Oh, never mind. Actually, you're
What?
doing good. Don't ignore me.
Okay.
Oh
It's the front
Jesus.
part. Okay, hold on.
Oh my god. Do you so converted into a cube? Shut up.
We're doing really good. We're doing really good.
Yeah, all things considered. Okay, I think it's good now. But I really need to eat.
Let's eat. Let's eat. I'll repair. And
Okay. You want a burger?
Yes, I'll have a burger. Wait, all the burgers are rolling down the hill!
Did they all roll?
I saw at least one go.
Oh no. I only grabbed one. Why does it sound so funny?
Hi, burger.
One of them is stuck on the hill.
Where? It's okay, it's just a burger.
My cheeks hurt.
Can you point? Where is it?
Over here. Oh wait, that's a rock. I don't know where it is then. I thought it was a burger. I don't know where they went.
You want a hug? It's okay. It's okay, Neo.
Wait, one is behind you. One is over here. Do you want to eat it?
I had one. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Okay, we'll be fine. Oh my goodness.
Need to fix the engine as well.
Oh god. Okay, we are parked, so... Oh my god.
It's now we have a wheel button. Do you see that?
Okay, hold on. I will show you. Oh, it's the front over here. You see these?
Oh.
You might use this thing.
have to
Use the
screw them
power
back
drill.
in.
Use the power drill. Yeah.
Nice.
There's one on the on the back here too. This one. This one. Yeah, hell yeah. We did it! Wait! Oh wait, never mind.
Huh?
I thought I found the thing, but no, that's just a nugget scan. Freaking nuggets in a can. Jesus
Okay,
Christ.
I will unwinch us.
Okay.
Do
No.
you want to drive? I think you should drive.
Okay, I can try.
Shall I unwinch?
Okay.
Unwinched.
If you jump after it, you might take more damage than I can heal.
Not true. Sajini ate them all and found an excuse. Hygiene practices have surely been respected. The dirt gives extra crisp. Corrected. Yes.
What the fuck is this road?
Please, 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 please.
What? The tree.
Tree on my side.
The tree is holding us.
Let go! We can't be together, I'm already married. Okay, there we go. Big turn.
What is that sign?
Apparently we're dying.
What? What? Where
Let
now?
me go and investigate. It seems there are two roads.
Oh,
There is
jeez.
a button here. And
According to the map, it's the
no button
same
here.
on both sides.
Yeah, but on that side there was a button.
Button?
Like a on the floor. Come
What?
and show you. Here, look.
That's a mine. What the fuck? Where are you?
I'm fine. I'm fine. Don't go that way. There are mines. Look at what. Oh, there are buttons. What does this big red button do? Kaboom.
Oh god.
Why did you step on it after she tells you what it is? It just took me a minute. I'm just gonna sit down. I'm fine. Maybe I should eat something. How about some beer? Some
Oh my god.
chug some nuts.
Oh, you're right. There's mine
That's
here.
just wrong, man. Why did I drink it? Oh wait, lotion. Lotion for burns. Where did I
Are you
put that
burnt?
Lotion. Oh my god. Yes.
Oh. Now we know what the lotion is for.
Nice.
Nice.
Okay. Yeah, don't go to direction 1. I mean 2.
There is a house over here.
Let's stop here because we had to go back.
There's a hat. You want it?
When if you want it. What the? Scrap?
Uh-oh, bear. Fuck!
Spray?
Sajini!
What?
Fuck off!
What? Uh-oh. Oh man, I just fixed
Wait,
that.
wait, get out! Stop eating me!
Oh!
God damn it! What the fuck? No!
Yet.
Mama!
Neo,
What?
I think I had enough.
You think you had enough?
I think I had enough.
Okay.
I'm tired of this, Grandpa.
It's okay. Just look.
Hold on, can we save? How does this work?
I think it's just automatic.
Start from the beginning?
No, it will save our progress because it's like a map.
Can the map and see how far it is? Because if you're really close to the end, then I might as well, you know, trek through.
No, there's still a lot to do.
Oh. Okay. Where are we going even? Where are we
You
going?
have yet to use the bear spray correctly. See, the issue is we don't have a bear spray.
No, when the last bear attacked, I had a bear spray and I was like running out of the door to spray the bear spray, but I got stuck at the door and I had already pressed use to the bear spray, so it just kind of sprayed randomly at the entrance of the
I
house.
used it on a bear
And I was
once.
still stuck.
I used it on a bear once, but that was before we fell down the ravine. When
About what happened?
when our RV fell wheels in between the board. Oh, you can show? Wow. And then I fell down and then you fell after me, and yeah, that was the one time I used the bear spray on the bear, and then it didn't even spawn after that.
This was... Maybe it would be fun with more people.
Maybe? I don't know, I think it's fun, it's just... Oof, I wish it had more checkpoints.
Yeah, me too, bro. I wish there was like a save thing.
Let's eat food since this won't be saved anyway.
Okay.
We'll take all of the beer. Let's open the nuggets.
Open the nuggets.
Ew, what the fuck?
What do I have to do to perfectly... Oh, never mind. That's
Open this.
Yeah, I know. I know.
What the
It
hell?
was the most disgusting fucking nugget eating I've ever done in my life.
Yeah, I just saw it. I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah, it was not good. Guys, watch me eat some nuggets. Ugh. Also, the fact that the option for that is chug.
Yeah.
I wonder if I can double cook a burger. Will it burn like in Peak?
Can I?
Oh. Ah.
Where
I
is?
do like the beer animation.
There's there's no.
Are
Oh,
we there yet? We're not there. We give up. We're gonna die. We're gonna sacrifice ourselves to the bears.
the bird exploded us. So.
Yeah.
Wait, it did pop again.
Did it? Oh yeah. Now it says absolute taste. Whoa. So it does double cook. Look up.
I forgot about the moose. They want some. I made a circle.
What? Really?
Oh,
Aww.
I made a circle once.
You forgot that.
How do you make it? How do I make it again?
this chain smoking man. Oh, I made a circle!
Yay!
I guess it's random.
Yeah.
I forgot that you existed.
Do-do-do-do-do-do.
And I thought that I would miss you, but I didn't.
Do-do-do-do.
uh,
I mean, there is. Man.
okay, let me do something. I'm gonna raid over to you.
No, don't raid over to me. I'm gonna raid again anyway.
I can't hear you when I move out of the game, so I'm gonna listen to you on Discord.
Okay.
Hey.
You miss smoking? Don't smoke, kids. Whee! Wait.
Reached a 15 stream streak. What the fuck, bruh? Damn. That's half a month. 15 streams? Hey yo. That's wild. Thank you.
So Ginny, I am smoking underwater.
Wow. Genuinely. You forgot that I existed.
The water is taking me somewhere.
Incoming!
Wow, thank you for the raid. What were you doing?
I was playing RV with a friend. Are we there yet with a friend? That's
Were
what
you-
I've been doing.
Did you get there yet?
No, we didn't. Oh,
Then
but guess what I have? Guess what I have?
what do you have?
A 7 stream.
What the heck? That's a
What
big
the heck?
freak.
I almost missed this. Hadn't I not raided over to you?
Oh my goodness.
Because I wouldn't have opened your stream otherwise.
To be honest, yeah, that makes sense.
Alright, I think... Wait, can people hear me in your stream?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you to everyone that watched us and me and you. That's us. Play RE Diet. And I stopped my stream and we've all hoarded over to news. If you haven't followed her yet, before I touchy you, follow her. That's the threat. Thank you. Anyway, that was for the crowd. Neo, this was a ton of fun. Are you
Yeah.
touching me?
Yes.
You're touching me.
Son. I was touching you when you froze. I was like, no,
Okay.
son, are you okay?
Chat can't hear me.
Can you hear Sanjay from the not on stream? Hold on. I'm just gonna turn on the Discord. Okay, now we can speak again. I think it's because it was just very quiet in the game.
Hello.
Yeah.
Oh, right. So I might have to repeat that. Right. Thank you to everyone that was watching. And if you came over to Neo's stream, please follow her. She's great. She's fun. She's from Poland. She's an artist and she plays retro games.
Yeah.
And if you don't, I was saying we will touchy you. Not we. I will touchy you. So that's a threat. Please follow her.
Threat.
There's a threat.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that was fun.
Yeah, it was a lot of
But
fun.
also frustrating towards the end. You know, it just kept getting difficult.
Yeah. Like, it's not a bad game, for sure, but The thing is that there's this long ass streak without a freaking checkpoint in between. Just what?
Yeah, I think the difficult thing is like straight after, for example, like this river thing that we crossed over.
Yeah.
Like we had a topple over and then we recovered, and that was like massive effort right after getting through this checkpoint.
Yeah.
And now you have to go and like basically if our RV doesn't topple, then it shouldn't take us like all the time. But it feels like a massive undertaking.
Yeah, I think
to do that again.
I think if we gather again, then we just leave the RV a bit before that house, then we go just ourselves, and so maybe the bear doesn't come after the RV. I don't know. The bear was just like, if it wasn't for the bear, we'd be fine.
Yeah. Yeah, the bear.
The bear. Why do we not have bear spray?
Like, I survived a mine explosion, but I can't survive a bear. Hello?
A bear.
I mean, to be fair, so when the RV fell through and then we pulled it up, right?
Yeah.
And I said, I'll repair it. We had 6 more scraps left.
Oh.
And I didn't finish repairing the RV. I was like, oh, well, who needs a door anyway? So...
And yeah, and then the
if
bear.
I had repaired it all the way, we would have survived.
No, I don't think so, because the top bar, it was down, but then actually I don't think it really would have mattered much, because we didn't have any, we couldn't have avoided the bear. Like, we had no bear spray nor anything else to throw at it.
The house had bear spray.
Did it?
Yeah, and I fucked up when I was telling you. Yeah, I got stuck by the exit of the house and then I sprayed it.
Oh, I thought you meant an earlier. Oh, I see. I didn't see the spray. I thought it just wasn't there. Heck. Okay, so well, next time we know how to deal with that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, Neo Peak had a new biome update.
Yeah.
Have you played it yet?
I played it. Yes.
Oh, okay, I haven't yet.
But I can play with you.
I've been recruiting the wife club, or trying to recruit the wife club for a peak.
I can play and not say anything. I will not spoil the fun.
Oh, okay. I was like, why would you not say anything?
Yes, I would just be silent during the whole stream.
Oh, you mean you wouldn't spoil it, lol.
Yeah.
Cool. So, what's your plan?
Right now? I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. Am
Can you
I?
stream a little more?
I'm considering it. Not sure. I mean, I still have to finish Metal Gear, but there's still a bit to do with that game.
Yeah, I think you can keep playing.
Yeah, I probably have like an hour left in me.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Nice.
My favorite two events were, first there's a leaf in my face, and then when I was driving for the first time and I asked you for the map and you were like, I don't see there's a leaf in my face.
There's a leaf in my eye.
And then the second time, when I went to the RV and you're like, the burgers are rolling down the hill.
That's a good moment, yeah.
Oh my god, you have such good quotes.
I think I said what? I think all the burgers are rolling down the hill.
Yeah. Beautiful. But yeah, there was a lot more funny moments. Oh my god. Okay. The sign behind.
My favorite moment.
Yeah. Wait, are you do you have my stream open?
Yes,
Do you have the sign? Do you see the sign? It looks like it said slop.
yeah, it does. It does say slop. Does it or does it not?
No, it says sub, but the T is
Okay,
the top
just
part
like
is covered.
The T is cut off.
Yeah, it just
Oh, I
slop.
mean, like, you know, this game is
Yeah,
fill in the blanks.
yeah, makes sense. But yeah, there was a lot of funny moments, especially in the beginning. We were like, "What the heck are we even doing?"
Yeah. I really liked getting jump scared by the bear.
Do you like
And
it?
then also, no, I didn't enjoy it, but I think it was funny.
Yeah.
And then the moose, they just like fell like a bunch of tumbling rocks, and I'm like, is that supposed to be that way? And then it was. You can pick them up and put them on your
Yeah,
arm.
I you know, I think it's really funny how they just like, it's like a YouTube pub when they just like put something without animating it and just like moves across your screen.
There were quite a few clips. I should go
Yeah.
and look at the clips.
But then I was like, are they gonna pick up and start attacking us? I mean, get up, but no, they were just laying on the ground like,
No, they were just like, I'm just, you know,
I'm just a creature.
from nowhere.
I'm just a rock shaped like a moose.
I also thought when you moved the box and a snake fell out. It was pretty funny.
The other time I threw a box at the snake and the snake jumped up and I was like, oh, well, I better not do that.
Nia, let's do another stream.
Yes.
But let's lock in and finish.
Yeah,
Finish the game.
okay.
Yes.
I'm not sure if we will succeed, but we'll try.
No, I'm locking in
Okay.
for the next one. We're gonna lock in. We're gonna finish this. I spent $7 and I need to see the end screen.
No, I'm not saying we will not finish ever. I'm just not saying I'm not sure if we will finish by one more stream.
I think we need one more person who knows how to play games to win, because I don't.
No, it's okay. I think chat finds
I
it funnier.
in the beginning, I did pretty good.
No, I think we did it better as time went on. Like, it's just the fact that in the beginning we were going very slowly, and then we're
That's
like,
true,
okay, we
yeah.
got used
And
to
then we
it,
got-
and then we started,
Yeah, we got overconfident.
and then we started crashing into trees.
Yeah.
Oh god.
No, I think the bears were really difficult.
The boards are difficult, yeah.
Maybe we can turn them off. That would be nice.
The first question was, do you know how to drive? Yeah, and that was like, okay, I will drive.
That's true. You know what? Maybe that was where we messed up.
No, it was beautiful. It's amazing. It will be an amazing clip later.
No, I think maybe it was funny. The person who doesn't know how to drive is the one.
Yeah. Also, my freaking like you should have seen my face when I was driving for the first time, and the bear attacked us. Because I didn't know it was a bear, and I was like, oh my god, I was supposed to be the one who knows how to drive, and I destroyed the vehicle in like the first 3 minutes. And then turns out it was a bear, and I was like, oh.
I think the first 2 times we restarted, we could have totally just kept going.
Yeah, but like, we didn't know.
We didn't know what we were doing.
Yeah. And then one time we just died by falling off.
That was also pretty funny.
Yeah. I was like, okay, can I even jump into that window now? And I tried and I couldn't.
I was watching you from the back, and then you missed the jump, and you fell through the 2 fucking like planks. And then I was like thinking to myself, holy shit, I can't miss that jump, because then what happened to you will happen to me. And then I think, you know what, I'm gonna go and use the hatch. And I get on top of the RV, but I don't manage to stop, and I fall off the other side.
Also, the one thing is that before I fell down, I actually had taken the bear spray with me, and I tried to throw it inside, but it bounced off the wall and fell down.
Oh no. No, the physics in this game, bro. The physics in
Yeah.
this game.
Beautiful. And I was like, it might have fallen
Like
down.
halfway through, like what to expect.
Yeah.
So maybe next time we can really lock in.
Oh my god. But yeah, the moment I was, all of those burgers fell down, I was like hysterical. I was, my face was hurting from laughing so bad.
And then you were like crying.
Yeah, I'm just like, I got like, I'm losing it, man. It's the hysteria.
And I'm like, oh no, she's really upset over that burger.
No, I just don't know what the heck is happening anymore. Oh god.
Okay, so I'm not gonna eat into the next hour. You have to play whatever you do. Thank you for
Okay.
playing with me, and we'll do a round 2 sometime
Yeah,
soon.
thank you for suggesting this game. This is really fun.
Yeah, you're welcome, and thanks for playing with me.
No, thank you.
Okay, you're welcome.
Nice.
Okay, goodbye everyone. Thanks for
Bye,
having me.
Sajini.
Bye.
Bye, guys, go follow Sajini. I didn't get to shout out her yet because I forgot.
It's fine. It's fine.
No.
Okay, bye.
Bye. Bye. Go make some fries. Okay. Oh, hold on. Oh god. My face. My face, it hurts. So that's how you get up the stairs? Yes, you just put the other person in. Oh, Jesus. Well, how about we do a little bit more of Metal Gear now? Since I'm not sleepy yet, so maybe it will be better than last time. But last time was kind of terrible. Metal Gear, Metal Gear. Oh Jesus. My face, my cheeks hurt so bad. It was too funny. Ooh. Apply. Alier. Metal Gear 2 will mind break you. I know. I'm ready. I mean, I'm not ready, but I am aware. Okay, let me I have to change the title. Metal Gear. Metal Gear. Poisonous Zanzibar hamsters? Monsters, Jesus. I have to lower the volume. Let me see. They know they made 2D Metal Gear? Yeah! This is the original one. And it's the first half of the game is really fun. And then they kinda make you go in circles. And decided to, you know what will be fun? If we put things hidden behind walls. If we just put rooms behind walls, and you have to punch at the walls to find the hidden rooms. Just great, best game. Metal Gear 1 sucks. I mean, it's not too bad. Like, it wasn't too bad until it was time to find the second building. Then it just all went to shit. I was enabling my VOD and noticed that my mic is not in the VOD because I changed the audio track for a different recording. Oh no. Is there stealth? Generally speaking, yes. However, you know what? I will show you in a minute. Let me just figure out what to title this, because my brain is, like, still confused. What was I doing last time? Arnold's. Yes, I was doing Arnold's. Good enough. Okay, let me see. So yeah, there is stealth. However, it kind of looks, it kind of works differently than you might expect. Like, look, I might just stand here and the guy will not see me. They basically have like 1 pixel vision, so like now he sees me, but before that it's like I wasn't there. So it's generally pretty easy to not get spotted, but you know, sometimes sometimes it's weird. Also, I've been not been told, but oops. I found out I kind of failed one of the things here. Ow! Ah, heck, not this way. When you're going to play the good Spiny Siphon Filter? What is that game? I don't think I've ever heard of it. Let me see. Where was I supposed to go now? I think this way? Because apparently I have not checked one room. Yes, One Piece 2 series where you play Super Spy? Oh. Yeah, apparently this room I failed checking. Oh, indeed. I'm saved. Oh, Jennifer on the Resistance on frequency 12048. We got a new number. We got a new number. Pretty fun, and this ball crushing hard. Ooh. Hold on. Siphon filter. Okay, let me note that down. I will check it after stream. We will see if I will play it sometime. Ooh, you guys like it? Okay, let me run all that down. Jennifer, you got a new number. Is she gonna? Jennifer offers aid but is prideful. Keep the highest class or she won't reply to you. Listen, I keep already getting ghosted by Diane. It's like nothing new to me. Ooh. This first game was cool, but you can play the first level. It's the best one? Oh. Why would I play just one level? Unicorn. This is Jennifer. I'm preparing a rocket launcher. Take it. Over. What? How do I take it? What do you mean? Oops. Ah! Sure, take it. I won't explain anything. Why would I? Yeah, she's not interested in explaining anything. However, I have checked the walkthrough before, so I know where to look for it. Whee! Rocket launcher! Can I call her again? Nope. Not interested. What's a woman? You can't just make up words here, no? Guys, let's get rid of the freaking Arnold. And now I will immediately. Oh, wait. I don't have ammunition for this. I was about to say, and I will immediately make this title lose sense, but no, I don't have ammunition. Whoa. Okay. Think this had ammunition? Ow. Six rockets. Uh-oh, I got stuck. I'm getting stuck! God damn it. Well, I killed them with a mine by accident, but you know, I mean, it works. Okay, I should be... I'm not sure if I'm full yet, to be honest. Might take one more. $24? How much ammunition I can have? $30. Is that full? Lots. Oops. Okay, yeah, 30 is the maximum. Image a snake with 30 rockets. Oh my god. Leave me alone. You freaks. What the hell? Why do they take so many rockets? Card 7! 7! If I leave the screen, will they respawn? They don't respawn! Thank God, Jesus Christ. So... what I have to do now is... you know what, I sort of want to run around again and look for any... oh my god, for any rooms I might have possibly missed. Because... the last time we played this, I remember there's a lot of rooms I couldn't open. And you know, do you have card 10 to open them? There's no 10 cards. You thought you can fool me. Actually, you know what? Hold on. Let me do something real quick. Let me send out notifications I'm playing this game actually, because I forgot. I didn't send any notifications today either. I mean at all, so oops. How are you guys doing on Saturday though? We didn't have time to talk. So I hope you're having a good time. It's just time to rest a little bit after all of those all of that adrenaline with the freaking RV there yet. It's a really good game, but Jesus. Okay, I sent it. I sent it. Screaming was funny. It was funny. And then, until my mother was like, shut up, I'm trying to sleep. Sleepy. I think this is where the... oh, yeah. Elevator. Damn it. Oh. I loaded, saved and subloading like an idiot. I'm gonna... No! This is what I get for being stupid. I can't believe I did that. Can I... Wait. Oh, never mind. This is so sad. Why is there... I was about to say, why is there no more save states? But you know, quick save means quick save. I don't know what else I wanted. It's my own fault for being stupid. Okay. Iteration. Save. Oh god. You know, the good part is that now that I have failed, I won't be running around like crazy again. Because I know which way I need to go. Sort of. What card was I supposed to use here? This one? Oh. But I need to find the Arnolds again! But I need to release... Release? I hope you wrote down the Metal Gear Death puzzle. I did. Jennifer! Oops. I don't know what I picked up. And what do you want to do? Just yell at me from behind the wall? Oh, Jennifer! 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 Stop it. Did you make sure to eat dinner? I ate dinner. But yeah, I didn't really miss out that much. I think the last hour of the stream was me running around. Just confused. Because I didn't know what the heck I'm doing. Which, you know, that's exactly what was happening. I just finished the Pacific favorite rice and spam. Rice and spam! I never had spam, it's not a thing over here. I send you some. No, I don't want it. Wait, along with the other thing I meant to send months ago. Ah! I was wondering if it got lost, if the post office ate it or something. Because they like to do that. There's this one very funny comparison my friend made. It's right behind me. It's okay. There's this one very funny comparison my friend made the other day. Well, it was some time ago now, but we were talking about the post office and how a friend sent something. It wasn't a priority package. It was just a regular mail, and the thing didn't arrive for a very long time. I think I did get it in the end, but we thought it was lost for a very long time. But anyway, I was talking to her about it, and she was like, "What? Why would they send it with like an economic? Didn't you know that sending the post office in this country is like throwing an item down, like it's like flushing an item down the toilet and hoping that it will show up at another house." It's like it's like perfect. It's like, yes, I guess you will have more luck with freaking I said anything important tracking. It's like, I don't know, I just found that very funny, and I still think about it every time I hear somebody send something without tracking. It's like, yeah, sewers probably have better track record than freaking post office. I wanna know where it gets lost. Just said, like, writing in a papyrus and sending it down the line. That, that's a good one too, but I don't know, I think it was funnier that way. She's like, yeah, I just flush down the toilet and hope it just shows up on your toilet. It's like, okay. Oh goodness. Oh my goodness, it's just crazy to me that I think the last stream, a whole hour was just me running around doing no progress. Because I got so lost. But, I blame the fact that I was really freaking tired. And I think I said in the beginning of the stream, I said, oh, I had a nap, it would be fine. It wasn't fine. It wasn't fine. The nap wasn't long enough. Leave me alone. Diagnosis, skill issue. Fair. This one is worse. There's not enough room for me to do that. Anyway, we got it! You know what? I'm going to save and make an actual save state in case I mess it up again. The only way that I know I don't have to go is the roof. because we already saw everything on the roof. Rooftops? What are rooftops? Oh fuck. God damn it. I need to do some weird ass juggling all these items. Ow! You know, my favorite thing about Metal Gear Solid 1 was the fact that you need different colored boxes for different areas. It was beautiful. Exactly the sort of game I am hope to be playing. I'm hoping to be playing. I am hope. Have you played World War Z, Dr. Man's Rooftops? I have not played that. Metal Gear Solid 1 is a remake of Metal Gear 2. I know, I think you already said that once. Wait. Oh, I didn't pick up the antidote yet. Okay. Am I keep saying it? No! You're allowed. No repeating yourself. Leave me alone. I know it's late. It's a Saturday. Oh my god. I'm in too many chat rooms, I forgot what I said. It's fine, don't worry. I've come to bunkie before going to bed. I'm just continuing the stream. I need to make a new one. Don't tell me I need card number 8 for this door. Oh, come on! High school! Don't worry, you will be fine. Fuck. Fuck. Good night, Eve! Oh my god. That's so annoying. What door? What car was it? Ah! Okay. Did I do everything yet in this floor? I cannot tell. You know what? Instead of running around wasting time, let me just check the walkthrough real quick. It'll be faster. Wait. I am stupid, apparently. Oh, Jesus. This is Jennifer. I'm opening the door. Over. Ah! Day night 6. Weapons for home. Compass. What does the compass say? Nothing. Okay, I think that's all from this floor. Yeah, okay. Lesson? What am I saying? We don't need to go back to floor 1. Yay! Floor 2. This is floor 2. What am I saying? Not this way. This way. Sleepy. I need to stop repeating that. Okay, this one. Save here. Save. Do not load. Save. God damn it. I didn't do a quick save though. Bull crushing room, Jesus. I mean, you are not wrong, but Jesus. You really have to say it that way. Oh god. Oh, almost was. Okay, there we go. Hey, I need to... Is there anything I missed in the basement? Why crushing your ball? Yeah, why are we crushing your balls again? Okay, I found everything in the basement. And I've found everything on the roof. Okay, we just need to go to the floor 1, find the rest of the items, and then we can go. Oh my frick! And then we can go to building 3. How about I heal myself? You know, that would be fun. Zesty, hi! Long time no see. How are you doing? $246 bullets? That's a lot of bullets. Remember, don't eat the bullet. That's not good for you. okay. I'm doing fine. What? Why do I have balls? Normal thing to say. I'm doing well, I have weed. What the fuck? My food just arrived and I've been washing showers all day. Oh, that sounds like a good time. Yay. Wait, I just realized that I didn't actually need to use that antenna to call Lucky Star. Do you like Lucky Star? Have you guys watched Lucky Star? What the fuck? What the hell? Is that... Oh my god. But I have to go that way, don't I? Because I don't have like anything else to use here. Can I just shoot them? You can. Okay. Okay, they... Stop jumping in my direction! Jesus. Do we have any mines here? No mines. We do need a compass though. Ah! I'm being hurt by scorpions! Right, how about, you know, I maybe use the freaking compass. I don't think I really need to shoot them, but oh my god. Ah! Mama! Ooh! Shit. Hey, no more creatures here. So, progress maybe? Who's calling me? This is Big Boss. In the truck on the right. Over. Boss? Are you sure about that? Anything else? Again, are we gonna get any input from anyone else? No. Well, I got hurt really badly. And I forgot to use armor. I'm gonna go left. God damn it. The truck is moving. Why am I getting hurt? Oh my god. Imagine. Ooh. Time to fill up my ammunition. Again. But yeah, I'm feeling a little better. I mean, about this game now that I'm not, you know, sleepy so much like last time. That was terrible. Imagine being 10 and this is your game for a year. I mean, I imagine you don't really have any other new games, and you might have other games in general, but you know. See, when I was 10, I didn't even know a lot of games you can finish, so I wouldn't complain. I would be like, ah, it's this game where you just start over and over again. The truck is moving! What is the game that you remember playing a lot? Eh. Wait. Why does he want me to... Can I open this? Lucky Gun Country? Is it the kind of game that you remember, like, playing so much you remember the beginning? Almost exactly. What will happen if I actually do get me here? Yeah, just go back. He wants me to do that. Wants me to waste my life. God, why am I using this worst one? This big boss. Going to the left door. Over. Left door. Boss, there is no other door. What are you saying? Why are you so suspicious? This is Jennifer. Destroy the wall. Over. Thank you, Jennifer. What if I do go this door? What will I find? A hole. Naruhodo. When I was young, I just played the first 3 worlds, didn't play the rest. Oh, I see, I see. Daniel, hello! How are we doing? Oops. Not this. Who's calling me? Boss is very bossy. God damn it. Ooh. Ooh. Oh, let me see something real quick. Okay. Yeah, I was just making sure that I didn't miss anything in the building. This song haunts my dreams. I'm sorry. I hope you enjoy it forever. Actually, hold on. I can call while being here too. Just to make sure I, you know, don't miss out on anything. Not like any of them actually picks up. They don't like me anymore. Is there any weird boss names in this game like Gaiman or something Kojima like that? Yeah, there's like... Shooter... What the fuck was the name of that guy? Hold on. Shooter Gunman, yes, yes. Very Kojima of Kojima. Oops. Don't go up. No up. This is Jennifer. An oxygen tank is being behind the wall. Oh, thank you. Don't worry, next game you get to fight the NASA and swim. Wait. Not you. Boss isn't picking up my phone calls. What do you mean? Oh. Are you laughing? Because I'm right, I'm joking. What the fuck? I'm laughing because I have no idea. Shit. I want to punch walls, not fight with laser counters. Okay. What language do you hate reading the most? I don't know, I mean I only know 2 languages really. Heck, not have enough. Cards. Cards! I mean, I sort of know a bit of Japanese, but that's not really enough to read comfortably. I feel like people are playing a joke with Finnish or Indonesian. I don't know. Wow. Evil. These cameras. They will not get played by a box. This big boss. Solid Snake, abort the mission, return now. That's an order. Turn off the MSX. Snake, turn on the console. Go to banish. Oops. This is Jennifer. The car that opens the door ahead is in the east of building 3. That area goes to building 2 through a water channel. Oh. What the heck? Ow. Mama. Ooh. Oh wait, this or... Okay, never mind, I can't read. She says east though. Oops. I just realized something really annoying. And it's the fact that I got here, got the freaking oxygen tank, and now I have to go back. The bridge to this song sounds like an old Latin chant. Ooh, maybe. I don't know. Ow, did you hear that again? Just my bones. What the fuck? Why am I using plastic? Which of these tracks gets me to the other building? Trying to make it easier for myself. There we go. Can I still use this? Okay. Oops. Oopsie daisy. No, The oxygen tank. Oh, whatever. Whatever, I am busy. Don't bother me. Oops. Wait, 85? What the fuck is on 85? Jennifer! There we go. Remember how I tried going through here? Earlier without anything? Like, yeah, sure, I don't need a water tank, I don't need an oxygen tank, whatever. Ah. Ah. God damn it. The solid state, the water is really cold. Oh my god. I shouldn't call boss. What the fuck? How did you see me? There's nothing in behind these walls, is there? Oh. Missile! Whee! Oh, coward attack! Shoot me if you can. What the fuck? This is Jennifer. Coward Dag has card 8. My big brother is a hostage. Don't kill him. If anything happens to him, I won't help you. Jesus Christ. Australian, watch out. Jesus. Hi, this is Diane. A handgun can beat Coward Dag without killing your friend. Killing gore friends. I pressed the wrong button. Fuck. Oh, god damn it! Oh my god, if you kill a hostage, your class goes down. Jesus. Eat a brick. This is Jennifer. Coward Duck has card 8. Yeah, I already talked about this. I see you went to the Russian School of Hostage Rescue. It's fine, I didn't kill anyone! This part is such a troll. If you kill any hostages, your rank goes down and you can't beat the game. The game never tells you this. You cannot beat the game if you do that? Oh my god. That's so evil. I think you're supposed to guess. Don't forget to rescue them. Who needs to rescue them? I'm saved! I'm Jennifer's brother! When you leave, take the left ladder! Wow, that rhymes. I'm saved. I'm saved. I'm Jennifer's brother, take the left ladder. But, to be honest, if he said right ladder, then it would rhyme still. Hehe. Roach. Roach. I love the roach. It's so beautiful. Look at it skipping around. It's so happy. What? Oh. Ooh. This is Schneider. I've got the real identity of Outer Heaven's boss. What? The boss of Outer Heaven is... Ah! I didn't know that I was the boss of Outer Heaven. That sounds scary, honestly. Would you get that? Would you know? I can't believe that I has been the boss all along. Roach don't trust Shepherd. Why can't I just punch it? I never played any Call of Duty games! Do I look like I would be interested in Call of Duty? Shit. No! I refuse. You'll never see me playing Call of Duty. I don't hear the Call of Duty, only hear the Call of Food. Honey, thank you for the follow. I love puny. Stupid, I didn't have to go this way. You can't catch me alive! Fuck you! Goodbye! God damn it, my rations are running out. Fuck. Okay, where are rations in building 2? So I can get some food. Some food? Not on floor 1. Not on floor 2. In the basement! I don't go in the basement. Instead, let me just shoot some of these guys and hope for the best. Hey, give me food. Give me food, I am hungry. Oh, fuck this. There's in the fridge. Bumble rat, hello! I like that emote, it's so cool. Snack! Snack! Saki! Which rations can we have less? Oh my god, I have no idea. Give me food. I will keep punching this guy until he feeds me. Feed me. Feed me. Why are you so evil? Why won't you feed me? God damn it. Fuck it. I don't have the patience. However, I will save the game in here. In the case something terrible happens to me. Wrong button. Something terrible like enemy. Haha! Monkeys? Yes. Watch out for monkeys. Stop calling me boss! Tactical scorpions. We have returned. Oh, hello. I'm saved. The boss of Outer Heaven is the commander-in-chief of Foxhound. Big boss! He planned it all, don't be fooled! Okay, but tell me, where is food? I don't have time for this, tell me where food is! Large Chief? Large Chief, why would you do that? I cannot believe Large Chief did that. Wait. Oh. Why is there no food? They didn't tell me there's gas in here. Why am I calling Big Boss? I mean, what's wrong with me? This is Jennifer. Destroy the left wall. Over. What's in the left wall, Jennifer? What's in the left wall? And Alice is right before anybody says something. But I'm still looking for food. Can I get a turkey? A good stream. I go sleep. Okay, good night. Good night, Black Ghost. Thanks for hanging out. Jennifer. I think she's fucking dead. I mean, not her. Schneider. But who the hell knows? God damn it. I am hungry. Seriously? Round one? Ah! Jennifer! Well... I don't trust this to be straightforward. Excuse me? What? Are there freaking mines on the floor? Oh my fucking god. Oops. 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 God damn it. Hold on. Tunnel to building 3. Oh no! To building 3. Let me see if she is having What are you saying? Am I having a stroke? Sir, what are you saying? Do you have a single fact to back that up? What are you Are you- is this a Deus Ex reference? It was a fat JC Denton joke. Jennifer, just run over there. I'll be okay. It will be okay with rations. Wait, Jennifer, I don't have rations! I might have to backtrack. Yeah. Fuck. Guys. I need to backtrack. I don't have food. Roro. It's because I was too lazy. I didn't want to go to the basement. Oh, fuck. I'm normal. I swear. God damn it. God damn it, Snick. Why is our life like this? But hey, we will be done with the game today. So, hey, progress. And I don't know, do you guys want me to play the Nintendo one? I know it's cursed as fuck. She doesn't know. Listen, I'm just joking. I'm just joking. Bold of you to assume I know anything about anything. This one you can boot up and play for 20 minutes to see this tank. Yay! My goodness, I'm out of patrons. Stop calling me. Is there any food on this floor at all? I think I just said that there's nothing, but yeah, okay. There's mines. Need to go to the basement. It's fine. Sleepy. Ooh. Oh shit. But yeah, after this, I think I have Prince of Persia, the original one. XX11A XX or just 11A, I don't know, but thank you for the follow. God damn it. Oof. Ow. Yeah, let me see real quick. Well, Gear, then there's... yeah, the next one is Prince of Persia. And then there's Snake's Revenge. And then Final Fantasy 3 and Metal Gear 2 Solid Snake. I think I will do Metal Gear 2 before Final Fantasy. Because I still don't have that game. And I'm waiting for the sale. Although if we play Prince of Persia, then maybe FF3, yes. But yeah, I don't have FF3 yet, so I was hoping to, but shit. The next sale is gonna be on Christmas. That's still a long time. I might have to skip that for now. I might have to skip Final Fantasy for now. Maybe I'll just go. Wait, what's next? Snake's Revenge, Final Fantasy 3, Metal Gear 2, A Link to the Past. I'm not sure, do you guys want Zelda too? Because I've been playing Zelda off stream. Not sure if people are interested in watching that. Because if not, then next we have Mario is Missing, or Syndicate. Dingletopia remains unspoken of. Did you know I have that on my... I have Dingletopia on my freaking drive already! Wait, which Zelda? A Link to the Past. Which one is A Link to the Past? It's the third one, I believe. Listen, I don't know, I haven't played. What do you mean I don't know? He just answered you. Unless you're asking a different question that we are both missing here. God damn it, my ration's on the very end now. I remember I tried A Link to the Past one time, but I've played it for like 5 minutes and then I didn't continue because I think I was just after finishing a different long game and I just haven't the patience. Why they build multiple ball crushing rooms? You have to ask Big Boss. He's responsible. I don't think I need the ammunition anymore. I don't think I need the ammunition anymore. But yeah, guys, would you be interested in watching the Legend of Zelda games? I might just ask on Discord later. Which, speaking of, if any of you want to join Discord, here is a link. But yeah, I usually try to post there my schedules and any potential changes if something comes up. But yeah, I'm still considering whether or not I will. What does he know? I'm not sure if you're trolling or not. But yeah, I usually just talk over there about what I'm planning. So yeah, I'm wondering if I should play Prince of Persia games and Legend of Zelda. Because I will play them for sure, but I just don't know if I want to play them now. Or also what games I want to play off stream. Some games, like, I've decided that some of the point and click games I will play off stream. Stuff like Escape from Monkey Island. I will record them and I will just make a video out of my playthrough instead of playing it on stream. Mostly because I find that it's much more enjoyable to figure out the puzzles on my own. And when he questions join the server, what the fuck do you mean? This one question. I find it's more fun to just figure out puzzles on my own, and also it's not even the fact that, you know, that I get stuff spoiled. It's just that I feel like me getting lost or confused is boring to watch, and I kind of, because of that, I feel like I have to hurry up, and I just sit there and I'm like, oh my god, I don't know, I don't know. And if I'm just, you know, doing it in my own time. I don't feel like I need to hurry because I will make the stream boring to people. Point and clicks, even using Hive Mind is hard. I guess, but I like playing those. But yeah, I like playing these things on my own without really. Oh wait, I think I've like picked up too many rations. I wasn't paying attention. And I can only have 12. Yeah, I really like puzzle games in general. At least in Phantasmagoria? What do you mean? What do you mean at least it isn't Phantasmagoria? That point and click— I already played it on stream! Funny that you mention it, because that was literally my first game that I've played. Why do I need a rat to go to get my wallet? Oh, that's a second Phantasmagoria. I don't know, but I was also confused by that. To be fair, the very first game was technically Deltarune, but I was replaying that game because I want to play the second chapter, and I didn't remember what I did in the first one, so I played both of those. And then the game that I started, a new game that I started on stream, that was Phantasmagoria 1 and then 2. Stop viewing games. I will not take that ew from somebody who wanted to tell me that the freaking Call of Duty is a classic game. No, I'm joking. I'm cheesing this. Sorry for the flashing lights. Seems epic or boring as heck. Hey, that's fine. You know, play whatever you enjoy. Fuck you! I'm leaving! Doo-doo. Doo-doo. The best boring game I played was Distant Worlds. I don't even know what that is. What is that game about? Oh, by the way, let me just. Back to here. Can you even avoid this laser? Or do I have to get touched? That sounds cursed. Ow. Ow. Space Ground Strategy? What the heck? What was that? That what I just said? Strategy, like a galactic civilization, real time. Ooh. Ooh. I load instead of saving. I'm stupid. Ow. Squid? It is also, you'd probably like it, but it's so hard you probably won't like it. The 3-minute ad? I'm sorry. Goodbye. 3-minute ad. Three-minute ad, man. Wait. This is stupid. This is stupid. Why do I keep getting hurt by lasers? Oh my god. I swear to God. What the fuck? Ah. Okay. What even? Why does it have an eye? It has an eye! Do I have to fight it immediately? Or do I just heck off? Like, yeah, I'm just gonna do some freaking gear. Wherever. This would be difficult. Wait. I just realized something. I realized something, guys. I didn't really pick up a lot of plastic explosives on the way here. Oops. How many do you have? 16. I don't know, I think it's 16 is exactly how much I need. Jeez. Wait. If... Okay, I have one question right now. Because... I do have the directions. Which I need, but is it like from, you know, is it the right from my side or is it the right leg? I'm asking real questions. Side? Okay. Am I even doing it correctly? Frick. Well, we will have to see. Beep. Part of me is like, this is wrong. I'm doing something wrong. I always forget that personal gear looks like a Sony camera. Ah. Left, right, left, right. Okay, but is the last one left or right? He didn't tell me. Fuck it. Emergency! Emergency! Outer heaven self-destruct switch activated! Haha, I guess it was right. Evacuate now!
Solid Snake, wait here. I'm Fox Sounders Command and Chief and Boss of the Outer Heaven, Big Boss. I gave a rookie like you this mission to let you report false information. But you have gone too far! Too far! Solid Snake, I won't die for nothing. You die with me, come on.
If you're just as shitty as all of the other guys, then there's nothing to worry about.
Come to me! I'm hiding, you piece of shit!
Fuck it. Okay, I see how it is.
I see how it is, you bitch.
Remote missiles? You know what? They're smarter than me. But this makes me get hurt more. He doesn't give a fuck about remote missiles, man.
No! God damn it.
Rocket time. Rocket! Come back here.
Bitch.
See, you haven't seen me play. Oops. Let's go around. It was easier this way. fuck? How they miss this bad? Guys, I'm terrible. Mama. Ooh. Stop, I'm laughing at what? What are you laughing at? Are you laughing at me being terrible at this game? Oh fuck. See, if I was smart, I would have equipped my freaking armor beforehand. How many fucking missiles do you have to eat? He is very hungry. Go eat shit. This sucks. I won't make it in time. He has 9 narrations. How was I supposed to know that? Do I look into his pockets or something? Blink. Eat my bullet, big boss. Eat a bullet. You need a big gun for a big boss. But big gun sucks. God damn it. Snake, why are you so squishy? Actually, I'm stupid. Fuck it. Eat fucking grenades. I might be missing, but it doesn't matter. Look, I'm dancing. Stop it! God damn it. All of my ideas fucking suck. Why are you an Arnold? Oh. Never mind. This is Diane. I don't know how to destroy a big boss. It's up to you. Too late, I already killed him. Don't snake the way I feel about you. No, it's nothing. Good luck. Stop bothering me. I'm freaking pressed for time here. Wait, what? What? Wait, I didn't see what it said. Wait. Left. Run! This is Solid Snake. Successfully destroyed Metal Gear. Operation Intrude. And 313 something. Everything is over. Everything. I'm returning now. Over. What are you talking to? This is Radio K&K. Breaking news. Early morning today, a reportedly large earthquake occurred in Garsberg, South Africa. Now, the Metal Gear stuff. Yay. Oh god, I shouldn't have done that, my brain. You messing up the missiles made me cry. The missiles sucked though! I had better luck with like the freaking rockets even though I kept missing two. Missiles are shit. They're the only way to beat him though? What do you mean? I used rockets just now! Wait. Someday see you again. I don't know what it said. Something... Snake, can you hear me? I don't know. Goodbye. Hold on. Hold on. Fuck it, I'm gonna check my own stream. So I can read that. Oh my god. What a mess. First, what the fuck did Jennifer say? Let me see. This is... oh fuck. This is Jennifer. Use a cigarette to extend the timer? What the fuck? Use a cigarette to extend the timer. What the fuck? Return alive, Solid Snake. Well, I didn't need to. It was fine. Okay, let me see. What was the end there? You hear me? Solid Snake, I won't die. Let's finish this someday. Someday. See you again.
Big boss! You fuck!
Oh my god. Ah, but hey, Metal Gear! It's over! We did it! Woohoo! My brain is confused. But it's happy. Yay! So yeah, next is probably Prince of Persia, and I'm scared, but you wanna know how badly they retconned this game with 5? No. I will figure it out by myself. The time will come when I would know. But man, I'm kind of scared of the next one, which is, as I said, Prince of Persia, because I know it's pretty difficult. And I've only watched a little bit of that game before, and it was terrible. Not terrible as in bad game, it's just like spooky. Fremen, what? No. No. Oh my goodness. Anyway, let me check who I could raid. Ooh. Hey, speaking of Zelda, Pyrrha is playing Zelda. Let's raid Pyrrha. Hell yeah. And it's a charity stream, hell yeah. We're raiding Pyrrha. Guys, please say hi. And please, like, throw some change at Pyrrha. For charity. For charity. And I will see you next time. First outcast, huh? I'll see you next time. I will see you on, I think, Tuesday. I think I'll be on Tuesday. Unless something changes and I'll be live on Monday, but I am not 100% sure. I will let you know. I will post the schedule on either tomorrow evening or Monday morning. Anyway, goodbye! Good night!